Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. We're still joined by the executive director of the Bee, my sister, Corey Leffler. Should we go back to stage, get some more spelling?
Let's do it.
You're the boss. Let's see. Who's next on stage? We have Audrey Ware.
More evil than I thought.
From Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hi, Audrey.
Hello.
Your word is moiety.
Moiety. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Moiety is a noun. This word passed from Latin to French to English. Moiety means one of the portions into which something is divided, component, part. The whistleblower received a moiety of the large fine imposed upon his employer after the infraction he reported. Moiety.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only moiety.
What was the origin again?
This word passed from Latin to French to English.
Moiety. M-O-I-E-T-Y. Moiety.
Audrey, that's correct.
For round two vocabulary, your word is seclusion. What is seclusion? A, the condition of being separated from outside influence. B, the blockage of the sun caused by dense cloud cover. C, an abnormality in the alignment of teeth.
A, the condition of being separated from outside influence.
That is correct.
So, Corey, in these preliminaries, the words we're hearing pronounced are actually from a list that the spellers had access to?
That's
Good morning,
correct.
Dr. Stietzema.
Good morning, Arbin.
Yourself.
Your word is scaric.
Scaric. Can I please have all the information?
Scaric is a noun. This word is perhaps from an Old Norse word that passed into English. Scaric means the least bit, semblance, trace. It's chiefly used in Australia. By the time Hadra's brother was through, there wasn't a scaric of food left in the fridge. Scaric.
Scaric. Scaric. S-K-E-R-R-I-C-K. Scaric. That's correct.
For round two vocabulary, your word is hegemony. What is another word for hegemony? A, dominance. B, uncertainty. C, bitterness.
Hegemony. Can you please repeat the word?
Hegemony. What is another word for hegemony? A, dominance. B, uncertainty. C, bitterness.
Hegemony is a dominance. That is correct.
It's actually a list of 4,000 words, and you can download a free app if you want to study the same ones. It's called Word Club.
I, Harini.
Word Club.
Your word is bosque.
All right.
This bosque is a noun. It means a pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin. Bosque.
Bosque. Can I have the part of speech, please?
This is a noun.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from a French name.
Bosque. Can I have the definition, please?
A pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin.
Bosque. Bosque. B-O-S-C. Bosque.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round two vocabulary, your word is phylum. A phylum is A, type of pigment found in plants. B, a small book with decorative pages. C, a division or category of the animal kingdom.
C, a division or category of the animal kingdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She had those ones down pat, huh?
Indeed. It's her fourth time in the competition.
Eli, your
brother's
word
pretty good
is
speller himself.
photovoltaic.
Photovoltaic. Can I have all the information?
Photovoltaic, also pronounced photovoltaic or photovoltaic, is an adjective. This word was formed from an originally Greek part, an Italian name, and an English element. Photovoltaic means of, utilizing, or relating to the generation of an electromotive force when radiant energy falls on the boundary between certain dissimilar substances in close contact. A photovoltaic effect can be produced with cuprous oxide and copper, or with an electrode and an electrolyte.
Photovoltaic. Photovoltaic. Photovoltaic.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is imposing. If someone is described as imposing, they A, are constantly asking questions, B, are impressive and command attention, C, act in a gullible or foolish manner.
If someone is described as imposing, they... Can you repeat the word?
Imposing.
If someone is described as imposing, they B, are impressive and command attention.
That is correct.
They sure are. Corey, you said that Word Club app, viewers can download that. Do you ever have people send you words?
Hi,
Hey, you ought to
Ishan.
ask this word.
All the time.
Your word is muzak. Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music as at an office or restaurant. Muzak.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word?
Muzak.
Muzak. Can I have all the information, please?
Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music as at an office or restaurant. Justin often wears headphones at his desk to avoid listening to the Muzak played over the office speaker system.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Muzak.
Okay, Muzak. Muzak. M-U-Z-A-K. Muzak.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Do you think he was air typing or playing some music?
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is duress. What is duress? A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress. Can you repeat all the options one more time?
Sure. A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress means A, compulsion by threat of retribution.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The Muzak thing, I was wondering if I was the only one who started hearing Muzak in my head just with the power of suggestion from the word.
Daniel, your word is Esau.
Can I have the definition, please?
Esau means one that sacrifices a permanent interest for a more immediate but temporary interest. Also, one that may easily be taken advantage of. Esau.
Can I have the origin?
This word is from a name that went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin.
Esau. E-S-A-U. Esau.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is epithet. An epithet is A, an earthquake originating in the continental shelf. B, a word or phrase meant as an insult. C, a last-minute addition to a cast list.
An epithet is B, a word or phrase meant as an insult.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I love these vocabulary words. You know, some of them are much easier to spell, but they're just so useful to know.
Hi, Keith. Your word is dentifrice.
Dentifrice. May I have all the information?
Dentifrice is a noun. This word is from an originally Latin word that then became French. Dentifrice means a powder, paste, or liquid used in cleaning the teeth. John uses a dentifrice that contains baking soda.
Dentifrice. D-E-N-T-I-F-R-I-C-E. Dentifrice.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is gaucho. What is a gaucho? A, a person lacking in social graces. B, a South American herdsman. C, a merchant who overcharges for goods.
Gaucho is B, a South American herdsman.
You got it.
I think Steve was going for Gaucho. We're proud of him back in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, where Keith's from.
Your word is carcajou.
Could I have all of the word information except for the sentence, please?
Carcajou, also carcajou, is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Algonquian Montagnais to French. Carcajou means a carnivorous, usually solitary mammal of northern forests and associated tundra of North America, Europe, and Asia that is dark brown with a light band on each side of the body and is noted for its strength, called also wolverine. Carcajou, carcajou.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Carcajou, carcajou.
Carcajou. C-A-R-C-A-J-O-U. Carcajou.
Nice work. That's correct.
Thank you.
Those are all-time Michigan Carcajou.
And Krisha, your round 2 vocabulary word is luau. What is a luau? A burrowing mole of Southeast Asia. B, a bathroom in British vernacular. C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Luau.
A luau is C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
That's correct.
Just 10 years old. Look at that poise and confidence. You love to see it.
Party time.
Sharon, your word is to euro.
To euro. Can you repeat the word?
To euro or to yo.
Tough to say.
Okay. To
Tough
euro.
to hear.
T-I-L-L-E-U-L. To euro.
That is correct.
Easy to spell, though.
Thank you.
For Sharon, maybe not for the rest of us.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is ligament. What is a ligament? Can you step a little closer to the mic, Sharon? What is a ligament? A band of tissue found in the body. B, a liquid solution used to treat pain. C, a piece of sporting equipment used in lacrosse.
I think a ligament is a band of tissue found in the body.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We continue with our Empire State contingent. Cora Macera.
Cora, your word is
Goshen, New York.
moraine. This moraine is a noun. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine, moraine, moraine.
Can I have all the information, please?
Moraine, moraine, moraine is a noun. This word is from a French word. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine is composed of an unsorted mix of earth and stones that range in size from powdery sediment to large boulders.
Moraine. M-O-R-A-I-N-E. Moraine.
You got it. That's right.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is solstice. How often does a solstice occur? A, once in a lifetime. B, twice a day. C, twice a year.
A solstice occurs C, twice a year.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It sure does. Corey, so you said you get a lot of word suggestions. I'm curious, what kind of criteria say, yeah, we should use that word versus...
Brian, your word is
Nah, it doesn't make
cirri.
sense. Think about it.
Cirri. May I have the definition?
Clouds of a white filmy variety usually formed in the highest cloud region at altitudes of 20,000 to 40,000 feet and are normally consisting of minute ice crystals.
Cirri. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only cirri.
Okay. Cirri. May I have the language of origin?
This is from Latin, and this is a plural noun, cirri.
Okay. Cirri. C-I-R-R-I. Cirri.
That is correct.
Familiar with the singular? Plural wasn't so hard.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is conclave. What is a conclave? A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals. B, a small electric keyboard. C, a tool used to split wood.
A conclave is A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Certainly in the news recently, yes.
Pope Leo would clarify.
Read, your word is kulibiak.
Can you give me all the information?
Kulibiak is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Russian to French. Kulibiak means fish rolled in pastry dough and baked. Burton substituted trout for the more traditional salmon or sturgeon in his Coolie Biak.
Can we hear you say it? Kulibiak. Or
Coolie Biak.
Kulibiak. Yeah. Kulibiak. Coulebiak. Kulibiak.
Coolie Biak is Coulibiac.
It's a tough
Good
one.
work.
You know, you asked about word appropriateness for competition. Really, the only words that are off the table are archaic and obsolete words.
Izzy, your word is calenture.
Can I have the definition, please?
Calenture means any fever supposedly caused by heat.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Calenture or calenture.
Calenture. Calenture?
That is correct.
Sorry, I forgot.
Izzy, Canada is from New York.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is fiduciary. Something described as fiduciary, A, involves a confidence or trust. B, consists of a single political party. C, is covered in coarse fibers.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Fiduciary.
A, involves a confidence or trust.
That is correct.
I attended the New York City Regional Spelling Bee this year, and Izzy was super impressive. That bee lasted for hours.
Hello, Mr. Tisima.
How are you, Jay?
I'm good.
Good. Your word is gliriform.
Gliriform. May I have the definition, please?
Gliriform means resembling a rodent.
Gliriform. Gliriform. Gliriform.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is emissary. An emissary is A, a native ruler in Arabia and Africa. B, an agent or representative. C, a store that dispenses sundry goods.
An emissary is B, an agent or representative.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So the words archaic and obsolete you could ask, but not anything those two describe?
That's correct.
Okay,
Good
just
description.
clarify.
Yes.
Margot, your word is anosognosia.
Anosognosia. Could I have all of the information, please?
Anosognosia or anosognosia is a noun. This word was formed in French from originally Greek parts before coming to English. It means an inability or refusal to recognize a defect or disorder that is clinically evident. It's used in medicine. Anosognosia may occur as a result of ischemic stroke.
Anosognosia. A-N-O-S-O-G-N-O-S-I-A. Anosognosia.
That is correct.
It's a great readable word that's so fun for spellers to put together.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is amulet. An amulet, A, grows quickly from a very small size. B, has long hair in the front and short hair in the back. C, protects the person wearing it.
An amulet protects the person wearing it. C.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But that mullet definition on B had me chuckling a little bit, I gotta say.
Trying to keep you entertained here, Paul. That's what our word panel's here for.
Hi, Leah. Your word is degauss.
Degauss. Definition?
Degauss means to remove or neutralize the magnetic field of.
Degauss. Language of origin?
This word consists of an English element plus a German name.
Degauss. D-E-G-A-U-S-S. Degauss.
That is correct.
Leah had a real impressive showing here last year.
She did.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is dirigible. Another word for dirigible is A, breakable, B, punishable, C, steerable.
Another word for dirigible is C, steerable.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's just a fun one to say, isn't it? Dirigible.
Yes.
Olivia, your word is tychodrome.
Tychodrome. Can I have the definition, please?
Tychodrome or ticodrome means a small bird that is mostly gray, black, and white with a crimson wing patch that inhabits cliffs in the mountains of southern Asia, Europe, and northern Africa, and that frequents the walls of towns during migration. Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Ticodrome. Can you say that again, please?
Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Tychodrome. Language of origin, please?
This word was formed in Latin from originally Greek parts.
Tychodrome. Ticadrome. Tychodrome.
Tychodrome is Tichodrome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, Olivia was wearing our exclusive speller t-shirt for this
How
year.
are
All of
you?
our spellers
I'm good. How are
received
you?
that
Good.
gift.
Simran, your word is Pierrot.
Piero, may I have all the information, please?
Pierrot, also pronounced Pierrot, is a noun. This word is from a French name. Pierrot is a standard comic character of old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes. Hallie studied the painting of the Pierrot to get an idea for her costume.
Piero. May I have the definition one more time?
A standard comic character of old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes.
Piero. P-I-E-R-R-O-T. Piero.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
This is Simran's third time representing the Central New York region.
For round two vocabulary, your word is pedigree. A pedigree is A, an Indian dish with lentils, B, a list showing the line of ancestors, C, a delicate ornamental pattern.
A pedigree is B, a list showing the line of ancestors.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Her pedigree includes her father, Shane, who teaches sports analytics at Syracuse University.
Amazing.
I didn't ask him if he's done any
Micah,
analytics
your
on the
word is
spelling bee, though.
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Can I have all the information, please?
Zugzwang is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means the necessity of moving in chess when it is to one's disadvantage. Valeria forced the Grand Master into Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Z-U-G-Z-W-A-N-G. Zugzwang.
That is correct.
That word is a favorite of spellers, so I bet he's stoked that he got that one.
One of those
And
words
for
you find
round
an
two
excuse to use.
vocabulary, your word is avatar. An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space, B, a green South American lizard, C, a spiked mace used as a weapon.
An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space.
That is correct.
Great smile right when he got that. No poker face on Micah. I love it.
I wonder what his avatar is.
Hi.
Hi, Amazing Grace. It's nice to see you. Your word is baleen.
Baleen, please may I have all the information on the word baleen?
Baleen is also pronounced baleen or baleen. This is a noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word that became French and then English. Baleen means a horn-like substance growing in the mouth of whales that is attached in two ranks along the upper jaw to form a fringe-like sieve to collect and retain food. Baleen continues to grow throughout a whale's life. Baleen, baleen, baleen.
Baleen. B-A-L-E-E-N. Baleen.
That is correct.
Amazing Grace Salome, another reminder of how international the Scripps National Spelling Bee has
And for
become.
round two vocabulary, your word is achromatic. Something described as achromatic is lacking in A, time, B, color, C, air.
Something described as achromatic is lacking in B, color.
That is correct.
Yes, it's Nigeria being represented for the first time. You're seeing our regional partner there. That's Eugenia. So excited
Hello,
to have
Dr. Cicero.
Nigeria here.
Hello, Sach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready for your word?
Yes.
Here it comes. Eudiometer.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. Can I have the definition?
An instrument for the volumetric measurement and analysis of gases that involves the explosion of one of the components of the mixture by the passage of an electric spark.
What is the language of origin?
This word was formed in Italian from Greek elements.
Can I have the word used in a sentence, please?
Rodney managed to set the chemistry lab on fire because he did not understand how to use the eudiometer.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. E U D I O M E T E R. Eudiometer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done by such. And you mentioned it's Nigeria's first year. Was that people there saying
For
that
round
Ghana
two
had
vocabulary,
competed, or
your
is
word
it
is
starting to spread
versatile.
along
A
that
person
continent?
described as versatile has A, a wide range of proficiencies, B, an incredibly short temper, C, a knack for rhyming.
A person described as versatile has a wide range of proficiencies.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Which could include a knack for rhyming.
You asked about Nigeria. It's actually our regional partner from Ghana who wanted to spread the mission
Hello,
of the
Holden.
bee further in Africa.
Your
and
word
started up
is
the Nigeria
palooka.
program this year.
Palooka.
Wonderful.
May I please have the definition?
An inexperienced or incompetent boxer.
May I please have the language of origin?
Unknown.
Palooka. P A L O O K A. Palooka.
That is correct.
What would you call a spelling bee version of a palooka, Paul?
Probably me these
Paul.
days.
Round two vocabulary, your word is orthogonal. Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles. B, relates to cosmetic dentistry. C, is toxic to most insects.
Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles.
That's some good work right there. That is correct.
Thank you.
You're hearing Samir Mishra. This was his first time sitting in the head judge seat today. It's very exciting to have him on the head judge team.
Aishwarya, your word is certiorari.
Certiorari. Can I have the definition, please?
A writ issuing out of a superior court to call up the records of an inferior court or a body acting in a quasi-judicial capacity in order that the party may have more sure and speedy justice or that errors and irregularities may be corrected.
Certiorari. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word passed to English from Latin.
Certiorari. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is certiorari, certiorari, and certiorari.
Certiorari. Could you repeat the word, please?
Certiorari, certiorari, certiorari.
Certiorari. Certiorari. C E R T I O R A R I. Certiorari.
That is correct.
Thank you.
In round two vocabulary, your word is tractability. Tractability is the quality of being A, knowledgeable of theology, B, drawn out in length, C, easily taught or managed.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Tractability.
Tractability. Tractability is the quality of being C, easily taught or managed.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Aishwarya. Delayed reaction, Corey. Paul Luca is when CP3 dishes to Doncic is in the NBA All-Star game.
Kushi,
That
your
all
word
made
is
sense to me.
zakati.
Zakati, can I have the definition?
Zakati or sakati means forage of grassy plants, herbage.
Zakati, can I have the language of origin?
Originally, Uto Aztecan, this word is from a word that went from Nahuatl to Spanish.
Zakati. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is zakati and sakati.
Zakati. Z-A-C-A-T-E. Zakati.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is volatile. Something described as volatile. A, flies effortlessly through the air. B, resists spoilage for long periods of time. C, tends to erupt into violent action.
Something described as volatile. C, tends to erupt into violent action.
That was anything but volatile. Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Jason Mears bringing some style to that position for sure. That's our 2008 national champion.
Hi.
He's clever.
How are you, Johannes?
Nervous.
Don't be. You're going to do great.
Thanks.
He's honest.
Your word is emolument or emolument.
Emolument. Can I have all the information, please?
Emolument or emolument is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means profit or perquisites from office, employment, or labor. Salary. The waitress who left her tips out of the emolument she reported was made to pay a substantial fine. Emolument, emolument.
Emolument. E-M-O-L-U-M-E-N-T. Emolument.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is kindred. If something is described as kindred, it is A, related, B, good-natured, C, flammable.
If something is described as kindred, it's B, good-natured.
Kindred, if something described as kindred, it is A, related.
Okay.
Good work.
Thank you.
Corey, do you still get the question, why is the vocabulary round part of the spelling bee?
Not really, actually. You know, it's all
Zachary, take
about
another
giving
half step
meaning
closer to that mic. There
sequence
you
of
go, buddy.
letters in words.
Your word is prajna.
People are used to it now.
Prajna. May I have the definition, please?
Transcendental wisdom or supreme knowledge in Buddhism gained through intuitive insight.
Are there any alternate pronunciations for the word?
Only prajna.
What is the language of origin?
This word is from Sanskrit.
Can you repeat the word?
Prajna.
Prajna. P-R-U-J-N-A. Prajna.
Prajna is P-R-A-J-N-A.
Thank you.
You often see that A pronounced as a schwa sound in words with that origin. But the bell still hurts every single time we hear it.
Another
doesn't
half
it?
step closer.
Every single time.
There you go.
Hello.
Antonella, your word is Aramaic.
May I have the language of origin?
This word was formed in Greek from a Hebrew geographical name.
Please repeat the word.
Aramaic.
Aramaic. A-R-A-I-M-I-C. Aramaic.
Aramaic is A-R-A-M-A-I-C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just went a little too fast there. We know that bell is essential to get to a champion, but it's still hard for all of us to hear.
Swayze, your word is Fate Champetre.
Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Fate Champetre is a singular noun. It can also be pronounced Fate Champetre, Fate Champetre, Fate Champet, or Fate Champetre. This word is from Latin-derived French word and a French word. It means a gathering for amusements in a rural setting of members of an 18th century French court costumed as shepherds and shepherdesses. A fête champêtre sometimes included musicians hidden in trees to provide entertainment without destroying the illusion of a pastoral scene.
Fête champêtre. F-E-A-T-E T E C H A M P E T R E. Fit Champetre.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is obliterate. What does it mean to obliterate? A, write a work of fiction. B, put under oath. C, destroy completely.
C, destroy completely.
You obliterated that. That's correct.
I knew Samir was going to say that.
He was ready for it, and so was she.
Yeah, Swayze Brown from Clayton, North Carolina. On to that round 3 test.
Chilaka, your word is keldal.
Keldal, may I have all the information, please?
Keldal is an adjective. This word is from a Danish name. Keldal means of, relating to, or being a method for determining the amount of nitrogen in a substance. The Keldal method is widely used for estimating the protein content in foods based on the nitrogen they release in digestion. Keldal.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have only Keldal.
Keldal. K J E L D A H L. Keldal.
That is correct.
My 20-year-old son is very interested in protein content in food, so I might have to teach him that one.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is expedition. An expedition is a type of A, defeat, B, furniture, C, journey.
An expedition is a type of sea journey.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. Chilaka from Minot, North Dakota. On to round 3. Zach Yeager from Akron.
Zach, your word is quonk.
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 Q-U-O-N-K. Quonk. That is correct.
And in round 2 vocabulary, your word is boisterous. Someone described as boisterous is A, anxious because of money, B, full of exuberant spirits, C, lost and in need of directions.
Someone described as boisterous is B, full of exuberant spirits. That is correct.
Corey, did I hear correctly that the Akron Beacon Journal has sponsored a speller since year 1?
Since 1925, that's right. I was at their B this year, too.
Joseph, your word is
think about that, your legacy.
Furan or Furan.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Furan or furan is a noun. This word is made up of a Latin-derived element and a Greek-derived element. Furan means a flammable liquid compound that contains 4 carbon atoms and 1 oxygen atom in a ring that is obtained from wood oils of certain pines, but is usually made synthetically, and that is used chiefly in making intermediates for the manufacture of nylon. Furan is toxic and is thought to be carcinogenic to humans.
Furan. F-U-R-A-N. Furan.
That is correct.
Furan, he said.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is abominable. Another word for abominable is A, horrible, B, snowy, C, possible.
Another word for abominable is A, horrible.
That is correct.
Elation, always evident.
Blaze, your word is Sprechstimme.
Can I get all the information, please?
Sprechstimme, also pronounced Sprechstimme, is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means a vocal passage or performance in which a declamation is delivered with rhythmic inflections. The technique of Sprechstimme is closely associated with Arnold Schoenberg and other members of the Second Viennese School of Composers. Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme. S-H-P-R-E-C-S-T-I-M-M-E. S-T-I-M-A, Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme is S-P-R-E-C-H-S-T-I-M-M-E.
Thank you.
Good work, ladies.
A check of the numbers now. 165 of our 242 have made it to the microphone so far. 45 have heard the bell. 119 are still going. And Corey and I are joined now by the president and CEO of the Scripps Howard Fund, Meredith Delaney. Good to see you again, Meredith.
Great to see you, Paul.
And the Scripps Howard Fund, from what I heard, is matching gifts. Is this true? So if they scan that QR code on the screen or text spelling to 50155 and donate to the Believe program, free access to the B for all the Teach America Title I schools, that's going to be matched?
You bet. Yeah, this is a really exciting time for us. So Corey and I have partnered together for quite some time. And, you know, if you ask any of the spellers here and you ask them when they really fell in love with spelling, they will often answer, they fell in love when they picked up a book and they started reading. So the power of words really connect our two programs between the If You Give a Child a Book campaign and the Believe program. We had a very, very generous Scripps family member, in fact, the Adam R. Scripps Foundation, who made a significant donation to the Scripps Howard Fund to say, we will donate the first $500,000 raised for both Believe and If You Give a Child a Book.
And I know you and I have talked about this, If You Give a Child a Book, before. Can you explain that for people who haven't heard about it?
Yeah, If You Give a Child a Book is an incredible program. It provides free scholastic books to children in Title I schools, and it really builds home libraries for children who simply do not have access to books to call their own.
And, you know, I've gotten to go to one of these book fairs that Meredith's program hosts, and it is incredible to see kids come in there, get books for free, be able to choose something that they really want to bring home with them. And it's just such a special thing that you do. So we're so proud to be partnering together.
You light that spark. You never know what it's going to turn into. And Corey, we've been talking with everybody about this 100th anniversary of the Bee. What would you say has sustained this competition as such an iconic piece of American culture?
Well, you know, I think that it is the approachability of it. You know, the fact that it is something that everyone has to do. Everybody has to spell in some way or another in their lives to communicate. And so everyone can kind of play along, right? It actually started before we started as an adult entertainment, right? So back in the olden days, in the 1800s, it would be something that adults did for fun to pass the time. And then people realized, oh, this is a foundational skill. We could be using this to motivate kids in schools as well. So it popped up organically, and then we've just continued to foster it over the last 100 years.
From what I hear, those adult spelling bees still take place sometimes. So if there's one in your community, just watch out for the former competitors here. They might be a ringer. Let's look into the future. We're talking about 100 years, but we talked about what might it look like 100 years from now, and maybe specifically, Meredith, for what you're involved with the Scripps Howard Fund.
Yeah.
What's next? What's coming up?
Well, we are getting ready to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the If You Give a Child a Book campaign. So, but what we lack in longevity, we make up for in passion. So we are all about providing access to kids in need, ensuring that they have access to books. So we're going to continue on with that mission because, my goodness, we're just scratching the surface. We would love to be able to serve more kids. And then we also provide journalism education programs to incredible partner universities across the country. And we provide a lot of great work in the communities that Scripps calls home.
So if you scan that QR code or text spelling to 50155, there'll be a match to your donation. Corey, one more thing. I asked you to envision the future of the Bee 100 years from now, and the spellers talked about it, but maybe more immediately, because I'm just thinking about, we just saw Nigeria participating for the first time. We've had spellers from Asia and Europe and all over. Is there something else that you see the Bee expanding into or taking on in these next few years?
Well, you know, we also had Kuwait this year for the first time. So we brought on 2 additional countries this year. We also have a champion from Dubai who's just here to observe this year, a spelling bee program that we helped support there this year that will likely be joining us for the official competition next year too. I think we'll see some continued international expansion. You know, it just adds to the fabric of this entire experience as a cultural experience for kids to ignite their curiosity. But also, we're really focused on access here in the United States. So that's what this Believe program is all about. That can mean more schools participating. That can mean us looking at you saw in the vocabulary rounds, we're really focused on those words that kids need to know in order to succeed in life. And that's where our whole program starts, is with just really useful words at the grade level. So we're assessing in our partnership too with Teach for America, we're assessing the materials that we deliver as part of our program to make sure that every kid has a way to see themselves in this program, no matter where they're entering the spelling bee.
Love it. Corey, thanks. Meredith Delaney, thanks.
Thank you.
And some of you might have not gotten up as early as we did today, especially our viewers on the West Coast. And we thought maybe you'd like to go back to the beginning of the competition this morning for some of the earliest spellers who took the stage. Here you go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Snigdha. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Bruschetta, also bruschetta.
Bruschetta. May I please have all the information?
Sure. Bruschetta, also bruschetta. Bruschetta is a noun. Bruschetta is from Italian, which may have taken it from a Latin word. It means thick slices of bread grilled, rubbed with garlic, drizzled with oil, often topped with tomatoes and herbs, and usually served as an appetizer. Fabio likes to roast the tomatoes before adding them to the bruschetta.
Bruschetta. B-R-U-S-C-H-E-T-T-A. Bruschetta.
That is correct.
Snigdha, your round 2 vocabulary word is opulent. Something described as opulent refers to A, health or fitness, B, wealth or affluence, C, popular opinion.
Something described as opulent refers to B, wealth or affluence.
That is correct.
So a perfect 2 for 2 for Snigdha, 10-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Up next, it's Maria Hernandez Zamora from Anchorage.
Ostium.
Ostium. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Ostium is a noun. It came from Latin. An ostium is one of the lateral slits in the heart of an arthropod by which the blood enters from the pericardium. The ostium allows blood to re-enter the insect's heart from its singular blood vessel, which runs dorsally the length of its body. Ostium.
Ostium. O-S-T-I-U-M. Ostium.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is focaccia. Focaccia is a type of A, bread, B, paint, C, poem.
Focaccia is a type of A, bread.
That is correct.
So Maria is moving on. Now Eldon Weir from Fairbanks,
Morning,
Alaska.
Eldon.
Hi.
Ready?
Sure.
Your word is mozo.
Mozo. Could I please have all the information?
Sure. Mozo is a noun. It's from Spanish. A mozo is a waiter in a restaurant or other dining room, chiefly used in the Southwest. Felipe saved up for a new car by working as a mozo in the evenings. Mozo.
Mozo. M-O-Z-O. Mozo.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is conundrum. A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or a difficult problem, B, a person enjoying a socially active life, C, a first performance or exhibition of a play.
A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or difficult problem.
That is correct.
Conundrum, no conundrum for Eldon. Next, we're going to have Isha Marapudi from Phoenix, Arizona, 7th grader.
Good morning.
Good morning, Isha. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have any alternate pronunciations, please?
I have just the one, frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the definition, please?
Frabjous means extraordinary or wonderful. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the part of speech, please?
It's an adjective.
Frabjous. May I have the language of origin, please?
Frabjous is perhaps from another English word that is of Latin origin.
May I have the word again, please?
Frabjous.
Frabjous. Frabjous. F R A B J O U S. Frabjous.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is prerogative. What is a prerogative? A Polish dish of dumplings stuffed with potatoes. B, an interview to determine a suspect's involvement. C, a special right or privilege.
A prerogative is C, a special right or privilege.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next, a 6th grader also from Phoenix, Salman Rashid.
Good morning, Salman.
Morning.
Your word is cynocephaly.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Cynocephaly, also cynocephaly. It's a plural noun. It's a plural noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word. It means people of a fabled race of dog-headed people. Marco Polo wrote about cynocephaly of the Andaman Islands who grew spices but behaved cruelly. Cynocephaly, cynocephaly. It's a plural noun.
Cynocephaly. CYNOCEPHALI. Cynocephaly.
That is correct. Salman, you don't need to hold the microphone. Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is dilly-dally. To dilly-dally means A, move slowly or delay. B, tell tales or secrets. C, alter something so that it fits.
To dilly-dally means to A, move slowly or delay.
That is correct.
Quite a round so far. We've got another sponsored by the Arizona Educational Foundation, 4th grader, Sumuk Tirumalasetti.
Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Can I have all of the information?
Sure. I have a few pronunciations. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian. This is a noun and it means an adherent of a religious ideology that arose in Jamaica and venerates Haile Selassie as a god. It's formed from an Ethiopian place name plus an Ethiopian name plus an English element. The Rastafarian explained that his religion requires that he eat only natural and lightly cooked food. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Rastafarian. Rastafarian. Rastafarian.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is virulence. What is virulence? A, an instance of inconsistency between otherwise like things. B, showy florid fullness as of musical style. Or C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
from our Arizona contingent from the Navajo Nation, Christopher
Morning,
Warito.
Christopher. Huerta.
Can I have all the information, please?
Huerta is a noun. It's from Spanish, which formed it from Latin. Huerta is a piece of highly cultivated land, as for an orchard, in Spain. For their 5th anniversary, Pablo and Claudia had an evening picnic on the family's huerta.
Any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, huerta. Huerta is spelled Huerta. Great try.
The anglicization of that word made it tough. Where he's from, you might hear it more authentically in the original language. Sarah
Morning,
Chen is
Sarah.
next.
Morning.
Torii.
Could I have the definition?
Torii is a noun. It's from Japanese, and it means a Japanese gateway of light, post and lintel construction, designed usually with delicately curved lines and commonly built at the approach to a Shinto shrine. Torii.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Torii.
Torii. Torii. Torii.
That is correct.
Sarah, your round 2 vocabulary word is probative. If something is described as probative, it is A, restraining from a desired course or action, B, relating to the act of seizing or grasping, C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
If something is described as probative, it is C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
Correct.
So Arkansas, Sarah Chen moves on, and now we have Arav Balani from the Bahamas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arav. Ready?
Yes.
Kentledge, also Kentledge.
May I have all the information, please?
Kentledge is a noun. It means pig iron or scrap metal used as ballast. It's of unknown origin. After delivering its cargo, the clipper ship was loaded with Kentledge for the return voyage.
Kentledge. Kentledge. Kentledge.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is ubiquity. Something possessing ubiquity, A, is totally one of a kind, B, is present everywhere or in many places at once, C, can be understood in more than one way.
Something possessing ubiquity is B, is present everywhere or in many places at once.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Indeed it is, Arav, and now we have another speller from the Bahamas, Bria Curry.
Morning, Bria.
Morning.
En arrière.
May I have all the information?
En arrière is an adverb, and it means toward the back, backward. It's used of a movement or the execution of a step in ballet. It's from Latin-derived French. In ballet class, performing a perfect pirouette en arrière was the test of skill every dancer aspired to master. En arrière.
There's no alternate pronunciations, correct?
I have just the one.
May I have the definition again, please?
Toward the back, backward, used of a movement or of the execution of a step in ballet. Could you say it for us?
En arrière. En arrière. Yeah. O-U-N-R-E-E-R-E. En arrière.
En arrière is E-N-A-R-R-I-E-R-E.
Thank you.
Great try.
We're going to begin our group of California spellers.
Hi, Enzo.
Hello.
You ready?
Kind of.
You got this. Take a deep breath. Your word is WAF. WAF is a noun. It means a member of the women's component of the U.S. Air Force formed after World War II.
WAF. W-A-F. WAF.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is impetus. What is impetus? A, an impelling or driving force. B, a small demonic being which spreads animosity. C, a rash or impulsive decision.
A, an impelling or driving force.
That is correct.
North. 100 years, and one thing hasn't changed, just the emotions we all go through when we see those spellers on the stage, the anticipation of getting the word, the relief sometimes when it's a word they know, the opposite feeling when it's not. And what never gets old is that elation when they're moving on to the next round. And we've seen quite a few of them have that feeling so far. The 100th year of the Scripps National Spelling Bee is far from over. Remember, we're counting you down to the semifinals Wednesday night, the finals Thursday night, when a champion will be crowned. More than 40 past champions are here for this milestone year. And what we really can't wait for is for the newest member of that club to be celebrated here in Washington, D.C. What was your favorite word of the preliminaries this morning? Maybe a better question is, what was your least favorite word? Everybody who heard that bell has a pretty obvious answer. There's much more to come in the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee ahead. But first, a special program celebrating this 100th anniversary of the Bee. After that, join us for more competition. We'll see you then. It's the Scripps
bringing them to this point and to this stage.
Destined for great things.
Ready, Arshan?
Yes, maybe.
You ready for your word?
I think so.
Ready for your word? Read.
We'll see.
MASSIGNCR.
Live answer?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Oh, that never gets old.
EUDAEMONIC.
The first National Spelling Bee took place in 1925. It was started by Kentucky's Louisville Courier-Journal. 9 newspapers across the country were invited to join them and sponsor students to compete. Back then, more than 2 million spellers entered local and state competitions, and 9 advanced to the finals in Washington, D.C. An American tradition was born. The very first champion was Frank Newhouser of Louisville. The winning word, gladiolus.
For 100 years, kids have been competing in the spelling bee.
AUROUS.
The kids are amazing. I love to watch the kids compete.
I'm proud to name you the 2021 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
I love spending time with them. That's really my favorite part of being at the spelling bee.
Hey, Scripps National Spelling Bee. This is Chloe Elise Ellis, wishing you a happy 100th anniversary.
Number 5, Zach.
Right now we're in Akron, Ohio for the Akron Beacon Journal Regional Spelling Bee.
It's really great to actually be here.
Congratulations for making it here, because you've already made it way further than I ever did. So no matter what happens, you could leave here and say you are officially a better speller than the editor of the Akron Beacon Journal. So congratulations and good luck today.
You're in the row ahead of you.
I'm Cheryl Powell, executive editor of the Akron Beacon Journal. I'm very proud that the Beacon Journal has been part of the Bee since its founding. For 100 years, we've been involved with this, great event.
We're so proud to recognize the Akron Beacon Journal as our regional partner of the year this year. They've had a representative from this area at the National Spelling Bee since the very first year in 1925.
The fact that the Akron Beacon Journal is still participating is fantastic.
The Akron Beacon Journal is a historic newspaper who's been in this community for over 180 years. So it makes sense that we're one of the original partners of the Scripps Spelling Bee.
The Akron Beacon Journal's history includes 5 national champions.
It's something that we really feel is important to continue. That's why we come back year after year to support the youth who are involved with this. And it's something that really has become a tradition in Akron.
These are competitive, smart, eager kids that want to be involved in the Akron Beacon Journal Spelling Bee. It's their chance to get the glory.
My favorite part is watching the kids.
Classified. CLASSIFIED. Classified.
And the look on their face, when they get that word right, you first see them all tense, and then when they get it right, and the smile and the confidence that builds, that's always my favorite part.
PANCETTA. Pension. That is good.
I'm Zachary Yeager. This is my second time winning the Regional B, and I'm the defending champion going back to DC. I'm looking forward to meeting other spellers, just kind of hanging out with them. Maybe this time I hope I can make it past the quarterfinals. I'll definitely try my best.
To see these kids who can spell these words that half of us don't even know and have the confidence to go up there in front of an audience, and I think it's something they should be very proud that they're able to accomplish. I'm really impressed.
I'm Zach Sherwin, and we have got some 100th anniversary spelling bee trivia for all of you. And for you, what is your name?
My name's Brett.
Hi, Brett. Thanks for being here. Where are you here from?
Bridgeport, Ohio.
Bridgeport, Ohio. Round on both ends, high in the middle. Heard it before? Now you have. Let's get into some trivia. Who is the bee official with the longest tenure? Is it A, pronouncer Dr. Jacques Bailey, B, executive director Corey Leffler, C, chief badge laminator Samuel Lapucky, or D, Judge Mary Brooks? Who's got the longest tenure?
Let's go with D.
D is correct. Judge Mary Brooks. She's been with the bee for 53 years. What do you think you'll be doing 53 years from now, Brett?
Probably sleeping.
Sleeping. Good luck this week, Brett. It's a pleasure having you on. Thank you, my friend. Bravo.
The simple act of opening a book opens so much more for kids.
Which means they're able to bring books to kids struggling to read like me.
The number of books that a child has within their home is directly correlated to how successful they're going to be in school. And so we want to make sure that kids are building their home libraries. Our goal is to put 10 brand new books into the homes of children in need.
It is possible to make a difference in a child's life, especially who those may not be able to afford to have books at home.
That several students come through and say, my parents would never be able to distribute. And, you know, very neat.
Through generous donations, the Scripps Howard Fund has already been able to donate over 2 million books. Giving us access to those books can change our lives and can help us realize our dreams of becoming future teachers, astronauts, firemen, fashion designers, engineers, pharmacists, CEOs, and veterinarians.
Can you imagine a world where you are the reason children like me get to dream, imagine, and learn? We can. When you give a child a book, you give us a chance. And that's what's really at the heart of the If You Give a Child a Book campaign.
I'm gonna choose. I think this is the best day of my life.
This is Derek Brady of Johnson wishing you all at the Scripps National Spelling Bee happy 100th. Yay!
I think people think of it as a one-night-a-year broadcast event, but it's a program that's a very rigorous academic program that goes on all year long and touches so many schools, so many communities.
We have around 10, 11 million kids that are served by this program through 20,000 plus schools that sign up for the bee every year.
On stage, it doesn't matter if it's the county bee with 85 spellers or you have a school bee and you only have 20. You can begin to feel that camaraderie build, and I've had teachers tell me that it creates community within their school that is not created in any other way.
I learned not to be nervous. Like, you can look at a crowd's face and just see their excitement and know that you can be excited like that too.
One important aspect of our program is our regional partners. We work with almost 200 of them across the country.
Our community recognizes the importance of the spelling bee. We take a lot of pride in because we want to make sure that the next batch of kids becomes the next batch of leaders in our community. That's needed so much.
So thankful to my local partners who are able to
spelling bee trivia with
Cushy
from
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Woo, Charlotte! All right, Cushy, this question is going to be epic, so stick with me. The first national competition was in 1925, and not every state participated in it. But which of the following states was represented at that first bee? And to liven things up, I'm going to be singing a song that will say the name of each state in its lyric. Was it A, Oklahoma, where the wind goes sweeping down? Okay, that's enough of that. Was it B, Sweet Home Alabama? Okay, was it C, Start Spreading the News? That one's New York. Or was it D, Welcome to the Hotel California? It was Oklahoma. Great job, Cushy. There you are, a plush bee for your efforts. I'm perspiring from singing at you.
I'm from a little, not quite country, but not quite urban either girl living in Louisiana. Suddenly, I'd be floating around to the SB Awards, I'd go into the Sports Illustrated, and getting to be a Sports Kid of the Year, like all this stuff that I could not have imagined is suddenly happening, and it was definitely a transformative moment in my life. Basketball is the main thing I'm doing right now, and have been doing my entire life basically, since I was 5 at least. I definitely want to play in the WNBA and maybe be an NBA head coach. I then want to go work for NASA. I got it all planned out.
She's worked hard and she deserves it.
I would definitely say my message to the kids is quite simple, which is just go for it. Go completely all in and don't let anybody stop you.
Zaila, come on, girl. Yeah, don't beat me too bad today.
Zaila is taking on Washington Mystics superstar Natasha Cloud in an old-fashioned game of horse. But this time, it's Maria.
So here's your first shot.
You came ready. This was prepared. 1, 2, hey. Ah, we're both missing.
Oh, tough start.
Oh, I thought that was it.
I guess the basketball guys decided to leave you alone for a second.
Okay, I need y'all to come back with me.
It's halftime, and we have a close game. Both players are looking strong.
Are you excited about this upcoming WNBA season?
Absolutely, I'm really excited, but most importantly because every Friday night we're on Ion. See, you can also follow Ion WNBA on social.
I'll definitely be doing that.
We're back, and Zaila is coming out with a vengeance.
See? Oh my gosh! Ah! The yelling helps her.
Wow, Zaila can't miss.
Okay, nothing but net.
Who's gonna win? Stay tuned. Zaila wins! Zaila wins!
You win, Z! It was a good game, my girl.
Thank you, you did good too.
the power of duos.
Fox Wednesday, double Gordon.
Look at this place. You have to be kidding me.
Means double trouble.
Stop cooking. This restaurant is closed.
First, MasterChef Dynamic Duos heats up.
Two better than one. I'm expecting fireworks.
Then on Secret Service, Gordon's on a mission to save struggling restaurants.
So gross. You should be ashamed.
I'm not ashamed of the 4.6 rating.
There's rat droppings everywhere. Where's that on your rating?
All new MasterChef Dynamic Duos, followed by Gordon Ramsay's Secret Service, Wednesday on Fox.
Saturday is Baseball Night in America on Fox, and it's a World Series rematch that doesn't get bigger than this. Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. Obliterated! Coverage begins Saturday at 6 Eastern on Fox.
This is a new beginning.
Where common sense
is our common ground.
We're telling your story.
is the most important story.
And we're not afraid to tell it.
Where American values unite us.
And don't divide us.
This is a time to come together.
For you.
For me.
For all.
For all.
For all.
For all.
For all. For all America. For all America.
In under 4 seconds. ZYX, WVU, TSRQP, ONMLKJ, IHGF, ADCBA.
You know, I've never had a lesson.
And I'm here to win the big.
I'm the master of the periodic table.
Give me a number.
41.
Niobio.
75.
Rhenium.
I'm gonna win the spelling bee. I'm gonna win the spelling bee.
My hidden talent is I can burp the Hebrew alphabet. Oh,
this flute is called an atentebe. It's made from bamboo.
I can speak backwards. So, for example, if I can speak backwards is Einak Capes the Draw Cab.
This is Drew Sedora, and I'm wishing you all at Scripps National Spelling Bee a very happy 100th anniversary.
I do live the bee. It's hard not to, with all the years that I've been involved in it. And I look forward to Bee Week and getting out all the things and getting my home set so that I'm getting my mind in the right state. But I do look at that as my real job with the bee is to keep my head clear and to focus on those kids one at a time, letter by letter. I started FB on staff in 1972, and the reason that they hired me for that week was because they knew I was going to be a middle school teacher and felt that my skill set would match what they were looking for with the kids, and it did. I believe that true teachers are born. I know we're also made. You have to have the art and the science of teaching, but I always felt like that was what I was born to do, and especially middle school. I just think they are at the cusp of becoming who they're going to be. The bell is kept in a safe year-round, taken out at the time of the bee, travels with me to the bee, and then travels right back home with me. I started ringing the bell when I became head judge. Of course, that's the sound of the bee, and so when I ring it, we know what it means. I don't relish the job of ringing it, but on the other hand, the kids, they know it's coming at some point, and when it comes, and then we go forward from that.
I'm sorry, Lillooet is spelled Lillooet.
DT. So close. I know the self-drive you have, and that is going to serve you well all the rest of your life. And I just can't imagine all the wonderful things you're going to do in your future. So proud of you. Congratulations.
thank you so much.
This library is right up there with my top happy places. I love coming here. It's the hub of the community. It's just a really great place. I wrote a children's book. It's called Bampa's Bag because our granddaughters called my husband Bampa. The girls put together a canvas bag every week when he went for his chemo treatment. And it was called Bampa's Bag. And they filled it with all these amazing things, from a word search that they'd created to maybe a snack to maybe something they'd done at school. It got him through his chemo treatments because he would look forward to opening up the bag and seeing what was in there and taking his mind off of what was going on with him. And I wrote it in that room waiting for him to get through his chemo treatment. It came out after he died. He died in July, and it didn't come out until September. So he never saw the finished product, but I read to him the drafts, so he knew I had written it. Unfortunately, so many of us have been through the experience of someone going through chemotherapy, having cancer. This was a concrete thing that my granddaughters could do. It made a difference to him, and I think it's made a difference for them too, that they were helping him. You don't see the big picture of your life when you're living it, but now as we approach the 100-year mark of the Scripps National Spelling Bee, I have to take a step back and remind myself that I really have been part of it for over half of those 100 years. I think I want to be remembered as someone who engaged actively in this world while I was here. To me, it's about what did I do for other people that made their life richer, stronger, better. I feel like that's what I would be most proud of. Being part of the spelling bee and knowing that I'm part of history feels really special to me. It's just a major accomplishment that this institution of the National Spelling Bee is still as vibrant or more so than it ever was. I think the spelling bee has survived all these years because it still has all of the components that we as humans relate to, from the emotional level to the social level to the academic intellectual level. It personifies what we value, and to see young people who are willing to spend that kind of time and love what they're doing, what they're accomplishing. It's that feel good. We all want that feel good, and I think the spelling bee it's a feel good for people.
Gordon Ramsay is going deep undercover.
That is one fat rat. This restaurant is closed.
What?
I have the 4.6 Google rating.
There's rat droppings everywhere. Where's that on your Google rating?
Against Otani and the Dodgers. Coverage begins Saturday at 6 Eastern on Fox.
This is a new beginning.
Where common sense
Is our common ground.
where American values unite us.
And don't divide us.
This is a time to come together.
For you,
For me,
for all America.
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision. At Human, our plant-based supplements are scientifically formulated to support the center of your health. And at the center of Superbeats Heart Chews, healthy blood pressure support from clinically studied grapeseed extract, sustainably sourced from southern France, with delicious pomegranate berry flavor, supporting your blood pressure and heart health, and all the moments your heart beats for. Get a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at livehuman.com.
Happy 100th anniversary.
We're about to make some spelling bee history here. We have two spellers, Vikram and Harini. They're each going to get 90 seconds. One of them is going to be sequestered so they can't hear the words, while the other has a chance to spell as many words as possible in 90 seconds.
To spell off with Harini, our hearts were in our throats.
Are you ready?
Yes.
This was the first time we were going to do a spell off.
The intensity that you get, that tension and that anticipation is as palpable as anything I've ever been around. The first ever spell off in National Spelling Bee history.
Hi, Vikram. Your first word is spielbone.
Spielbone. Spealbone.
Phreatophyte.
Phreatophyte.
Exomer.
Excimer.
Tokia.
Toquilla.
Maieutic.
Maieutic.
Calicothere.
Chalicothere.
Talisai.
Talisay.
Vesicate.
Vesicate.
Semet.
Semmet.
Chorepiscopus.
Chorepis.
Time is up. Okay. Hi, Harini.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Your first word is spielbone.
Spealbone.
Phreatophyte.
Phreatophyte.
Gaidiang.
Gaydiang.
Parison.
Parison.
Calicothere.
Chalicothere.
Teosinti.
Teosinte.
Chorepiscopus.
Chorepiscopus.
Niphofia. Niphophia.
Kniphophia.
Hantish.
Hottish.
Malbrook.
Malbrouck.
Ornithorhynchus.
Ornithorhynchus.
Nyandabai.
Nandubay.
Moorhen.
Moorhen.
Harini, you correctly spelled a total of 21 confirmed correct words. That means that Harini, you are the 2022 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion. Congratulations.
She is the 2022 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
Mic drop moment. And the crowd was just informed by Dr. Bailey of some pretty big news. Those two words, spell off. It's coming for only the second time in bee history.
The intensity of it in the heat of the competition is definitely unmatched.
Brew hot as we maintain the same order tonight.
Okay. Your first word is bruette.
Brouette.
Adelantado.
Adelantado.
Hyperkeme.
Hyporchme.
Panetiere.
Panetiere.
Sagai.
Sagai.
Nachschlager.
Nachschlage.
Exorason.
Exorjason.
Asarotum.
Asarotum.
Scintilante.
Scintilante.
Mirabalanus.
Myrabalanus.
Sinif.
Siniph.
Voussoir.
Voussoir.
Caixinha.
Caixinj.
Ramoneur.
Ramoneur.
Apiciopsis.
Apiciopsis.
Abseil.
Abseil.
Passology. Faison, your first word is bruette.
Brouette.
Adelantado.
Adelantado.
Hyperkeme.
Hyporchme.
Nyctalopia.
Nyctalopia.
Ascom.
Ascham.
Wenzel.
Wenzel.
Sebel.
Cebell.
Heautophany.
Heautophany.
Kwazoku.
Kwazoku.
Panetier.
Panetier.
Ashwagandha.
Shwagandha.
Pustal.
Puzta.
Sinif.
Siniph.
Voussoir.
Vous.
A total of 20 words. That means that Bruhat Soma, you are the 2024 Scripps Congratulations.
Wow. What a night. What a performance. What a finish. And a standing ovation for Bruhat Soma. So we have a champion and presenting the trophy, Scripps CEO Adam Simpson.
The power of duos. Fox Wednesday.
Spelling Bee Trivia. I'm here today with
Ashley,
Hi, Ashley. How's it going? Where are you from?
Price, Utah.
Price, Utah. Excited to give you this trivia question. In 2009, the bee did what for the first time? A, posted speller results on social media. B, let people who spelled a word wrong say, just kidding, and try again. C, introduced the spell off. Or D, added funny sentences written by comedy writers.
D?
D is correct. Funny sentences from comedy writers. You get a correct buzzer. You get a B. And do you have a favorite joke you can share with us?
Why did the old lady run into the well?
Why did the old lady run into the well?
Because she couldn't see that well.
She couldn't see that well. Oh, up top, my friend. Beautiful way to deliver on the spot.
This is a gift that's not for me, it's for the community.
I just want to hug you.
I'm so grateful to you.
Thank you.
At the Scripps Howard Fund, we believe in creating informed and engaged communities by providing access to essential resources.
Access to books, information, truth, journalism education, and community support.
Because we believe knowledge and access to knowledge is a human right.
And it all starts as a child with the ability to read.
And then I'm gonna choose the inflatable. I think this is the best day of my life.
Our If You Give a Child a Book campaign provides free book fairs to students in low-income schools.
Empowering disadvantaged children with the tools they need to succeed in school and in life.
Everyone should get free books. Everyone in the world, because reading makes your mind go amazing.
When children grow up with access to books, they become engaged citizens who invest in their communities.
Access to information and truth is just as vital.
Authentic storytelling makes a difference when newsrooms reflect the people they serve.
Journalism shines a light on important issues and gives a voice to the voiceless.
Through our collegiate programs, internships, and fellowships, we provide future journalists with access to top-tier training,
ensuring they're prepared to be truth seekers and truth tellers.
I just really want to thank people that allowed me to take chances, allowed me to grow and be a better journalist than I was when I walked in.
The mission of the Howard Center is teaching the next generation of investigative reporters by having them produce national investigations.
and the Scripps Howard Journalism Awards, one of our nation's most prestigious journalism competitions, recognizes excellence
She's the type to just look at me and write me off in a moment. We're in a city full of strangers, but I've got faith in $20 in my pocket. So I said, DJ, can you play her that one song that talks about chocolate? And she said, I like your confidence, but you're not the 1975. And no lies, that's quite the compliment, but I'm not really looking for somebody tonight. And she said, I like your confidence, but you're not the night.
Is symbols.
And seeing kids want to compete over something that's academic.
I am Vance McNair. I'm the proud principal of Forest Elementary School. I got an email saying, hey, nominate your bee coordinator. And I said, hold on, my bee coordinator is pretty good. As we say in Philly, she's all that in a bag of chips. So I nominated her.
Winning the Educator of the Year award, to me, makes all the work that I've put into the bee over the last 10 years worth it.
Okay, you all look good. So who has the most words? Everyone count your words.
People were like, Nikki, you're the bee's knees. It was fun. It was definitely fun. We were buzzing all over the place. She's Queen Bee right now.
High five. I don't do it for the rewards or the awards. I do it for the students. These kids who in class you think are these quiet kids that don't say anything, stand up at a microphone and just take charge. They say the word, spell it, say it. C-O-M. And the entire crowd cheers for them and all of their peers.
Nikki is the perfect fit to run our spelling bee, simply because she really loves students. She is the heartbeat of the school. Forest Elementary School is located in the Mayfair section of Philadelphia. It's a wonderful school. We have a wonderful community. We have at least 40 different languages in our school.
I grew up in this neighborhood. It's a working class neighborhood. It's a very transient working class neighborhood. I feel like we're not only representing the school, but we're representing the city of Philadelphia.
Being from Philly, I feel like Forest just won the Super Bowl because we have the top Educator of the Year in the United States, in Nikki Montana.
Knowing that, this little school in the middle of Mayfair can do this spelling bee and have an Educator of the Year is quite amazing.
I believe she needs to be celebrated herself for all the hard work, all the dedication, all the love, the sweat, blood, and tears that she puts into the spelling bee. She deserves it.
My goal is to have one of my students go to the regional bee and win and go to the national bee. The Scripps National Spelling Bee offers students an opportunity to study, feel confident, and be great spellers, which in the end will make them great human beings.
My
My winning word was Samophile.
My winning word was Sharon Schnitta.
My winning word was Gurdon.
The word that got me out was portal. It's a cute little word. It's a tadpole, but it's sneaky, and I haven't looked at a tadpole the same ever since.
My word was vouchsafe.
My winning word was Laodicean. Being in the Hall of Fame of Spelling is definitely a big honor.
It's an incredible feeling getting to be a part of the Hall of Fame, if you want to call it that.
Being mentioned in kind of the conversation around, Hall of Fame spellers, I'm honestly just flattered.
To be honest, the moment I won the B, I was like, okay, so when do I get to meet the president?
I would say just try to soak up the experience as much as you can. Treasure those connections you make with other spellers. You'll probably know them for the rest of your lives. It's a wonderful thing.
Sometimes the lesson is learning both how to set goals, but also how to fall short of those goals with grace.
It gives you exposure to, science, culture. More than that, too, it's just the life skills that I learned from the spelling bees.
I've been coming back to the Bee for almost 10 years now. It's a really amazing opportunity for me to give back to a program that has just given me so much.
I'm going to keep coming back to the Bee, and I see myself taking Dr. Bailey's job. I'm just kidding.
Really, this was a true passion of mine, and it still is. And I definitely wouldn't be where I am without the Bee. But I think all spellers deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Hi, everybody. We're here in Trivia Headquarters. I'm your host, Zach Sherwin, with some 100th anniversary Spelling Bee trivia. Hello, my friend. What is your name? All right, my friend, a question for you about newspapers. Have you heard of those? Yeah. Okay, great. Which newspaper is the Bee's longest serving regional partner? A, the Albuquerque Tribune. B, the Miami Herald. C, the Akron Beacon Journal. Or D, the Portland News Caller.
C?
C is the correct answer. Akron Beacon Journal, of course. Here you are, my friend, a stuffed bee. Great job. Good luck at the Bee this week. It's time for 100th anniversary Spelling Bee trivia with
Alina.
Alina from
Saipan.
Saipan. Cool. Welcome. All right. 2018 was a notable year in bee history because A, one speller did a YMCA-style dance, making the shape of each letter they spelled with their body. B, the Bee hosted more than 500 spellers for the first time. C, spellers were permitted to take naps between rounds. Or D, the last two finalists thumb wrestled to determine a winner.
B.
B is the correct answer. The Bee hosted more than 500 spellers for the first time. Here is a plush Spelling Bee for your efforts. Up top, my friend, you did great. Here with me right now is
Eldon Weir.
Hi, Eldon. It's really nice to meet you. Where are you from?
From Alaska.
Alaska? Where in Alaska?
I'm from the Fairbanks area.
The Fairbanks area. The Feria, we call it, right?
Sure.
Now we do. In what year did Bee host and announcer Paul Loeffler compete as a Bee finalist? A, 1953. B, 1974. C, 1990. Or D, 2009.
C.
That's correct! Great job, my friend! Good work! Bravo! And here's a bee. Whoa, here's a lot of bees. Here's two, man.
These are the brightest kids in our country and in our world. And it's just inspiring to know that all of us played a part in them being able to launch into a very successful future.
50 years from now, I'm sure the set will look different. But really, I think that it's going to stay pretty much the same because that's what's so compelling to the competitors and also to the viewers is just the heart of the Spelling Bee.
There's so much that's changed in this world and in this country over the last 100 years, but the fact that the Bee is still here, that's just a testament to the lasting power of the National Spelling Bee.
Continuing now with the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. And we get to welcome back to the Bee another familiar face to you Bee watchers, Zaila Avant-Garde, our 2021 champion. It's a little less tense sitting up here than on that stage, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, I can kind of feel secondhand tenseness, you know, from the spellers up on stage, but it's still a whole lot less than I felt.
Is that heightened when your younger brother is up there spelling?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's definitely a little bit higher amongst the secondhand tenseness, you know, with him up there, but I'm rooting for him, and I just hope that he does the best that he can do.
We're going to get back to the spellers. One more question. How many books have you written now?
I've published 4.
4?
Yep.
And a few more coming in the pipeline?
Yeah, I have one coming out in July, and then I have another book that is going to be coming out at an undetermined date as of now.
And then another and another. She's pretty prolific.
Exactly.
Let's go check out some of our spellers as we continue the preliminary rounds. Again, 1 spelling word, 1 vocabulary word. And next up is number 166, Rujva Patel.
Hi, Rujva.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Your word is Nisai.
Nisai. Can I have all the information?
Nisai or nisi is an adjective. This word is from Latin. It means not final or absolute, used in law to denote that a rule, decree, or order shall take effect at a given time unless before that time it is modified or avoided due to some condition therein named. The Queen's order, Nisai, noted that the enemy might surrender and make an attack unnecessary. Nisai.
Nisai. Nisai. N-I-S-I. Nisai.
That is correct. Your round 2 vocabulary question is pliant. A material described as pliant is A, extremely rare, B, flat, C, flexible.
Pliant. Pliant means C, flexible. Pliant.
That is correct.
So Rujva was the first ever speller to get her word from a female pronouncer. That's Vanya Shivashankar up there giving the words.
Hi, Avinav.
Hello.
Sapporo.
Sapporo, can I have the definition?
Sapporo is a city on western Hokkaido, Japan.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Sapporo or Sapporo?
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Sapporo or Sapporo.
Sapporo. S-A-P-P-O-R-O. Sapporo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Expostulate. What does it mean to expostulate? A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade. B, increase in extent or scope. C, infer from a trend. Expostulate.
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Expostulate.
To expostulate is to A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sebastian, your word is estancia. Estancia.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just estancia.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word probably went from Latin to American Spanish. Estancia.
May I please have the definition?
A South American cattle ranch or stock farm. Can you say the word for us?
Estancia. May I please have it in a sentence?
The gaucho herded the sheep into a pen on the south side of the estancia. Can you say it one more time?
Estancia. Estancia. E-S-T-O-N-C-I-A. Estancia.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-S-T-A-N-C-I-A. Great job.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Aurora. Carfilly. Carfilly is a mild white cheese of Welsh origin that is easily crumbled, pulverized, or reduced to powder. Carfilly.
Carfilly. Carfilly. C-A-R-P-H-I-L-L-Y. Carfilly.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just waiting for the system to load.
Again, so many incredible pronouncers over the years, but this is the first time ever a female has had
Taxidermy.
that privilege.
Taxidermy is A, the art or method of painting with watercolors. B, enthusiastic and vigorous activity along literary and cultural lines. C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin. Taxidermy.
Taxidermy is C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did she give it away with her reaction to the words, Aila? Do you know she knew it?
Yeah, I was pretty certain.
That
Hi,
smile was a
Mira.
dead giveaway.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
You got this.
Can you come a little closer to the microphone?
Dvandva.
Can I get the definition?
Dvandva is a class of compound words having two immediate constituents that are equal in rank and related to each other as if joined by and. Dvandva.
Dvandva. D V A N D V A. Dvandva.
That is correct.
And of course, that's Vanya's sister, Kavya, serving as judge right now.
Your round 2 question is tenaciously. If you want to do something tenaciously, you do it with great A, insecurity, B, fear, C, persistence. Tenaciously.
To do something tenaciously, you do it with great C, persistence.
That is correct.
And the Shivashankar sisters so tenaciously pursued the trophy, they both won it. Now the first sisters to be pronouncer and judge together up there at the table. First siblings of
Jason, your word is acacia.
Acacia, can I have all the information relating to this word?
Sure. Acacia, this is the only pronunciation that I have. This is a noun. It's from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin. Any plant of the genus of woody plants of warm regions having pinnate leaves and white or yellow flower clusters. Giraffes have specialized teeth that help them comb leaves from the spiny branches of the acacia. Acacia.
Acacia. A-C-A-C-I-A. Acacia.
That is correct. Obstreperous. What does obstreperous mean? A, falsely equivalent. B, stubbornly defiant, or C, highly contagious? Obstreperous.
Obstreperous means B, stubbornly defiant.
That is correct.
So a fifth grader from Lima, Ohio, moving on to round 3.
Hi.
Hi.
Your word is spodumene.
Could I have all the information?
Spodumene, this is the only pronunciation. Noun. Originally Greek, this word went from German to probably French before becoming English. It means a monoclinic mineral that is a lithium aluminum silicate of white to yellowish, purplish, or emerald green color, and that occurs in prismatic crystals, often of great size. As in, transparent spodumene has been used as a gemstone. Spodumene.
Spodumene. S-P-O-D-U-M-I-N-E. Spodumene.
Spodumene is spelled S-P-O-D-U-M-E-N-E.
That's an example of a fairly common mistake that spellers make, having issues differentiating the I and E versus E and E endings.
Adia, your word is molin.
Could I have the definition?
Molin means having the end of each arm forked and recurved, used of a cross.
Could you use it in a sentence?
There are 12 families of millers who bear crosses molin on their family crests. Molin.
Molin.
Molin or moline?
Molin. M-O-L-I-N-E. Molin.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is raucous. Something described as raucous is A, disorderly, B, uncooked, C, slightly painful.
Is it A, disorderly?
That is correct.
Comes Brett Cooperwitz, 8th grader, Marietta,
Brett.
Ohio.
Hi.
Muktuk.
Can I have all the information?
Muktuk is the only pronunciation here. This is a noun. Muktuk is from Aleut, one of a group of languages spoken in the far north between Siberia and Greenland. It means whale skin used for food. Muktuk is usually eaten raw, but it can also be cooked or pickled. Muktuk.
Muktuk. M-U-K-T-U-K. Muktuk.
That is correct.
Would you try it, Zaila?
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian, so I'll just leave it there.
Declamatory. Something declamatory is A, split into constituent layers, B, characterized by rhetorical display, C, unwanted or without an owner.
Is it A? Split into constituent layers?
Something declamatory is B, characterized by rhetorical display. Great try.
Thank you.
Hi, Kaden.
Hi.
Humboldt. Humboldt is a river 290 miles long in northern Nevada, flowing west and southwest into Rye Patch Reservoir and formerly into a lake of the same name. Humboldt.
Humboldt. H-U-M-B-O-L-D-T. Humboldt.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is deja vu. Deja vu is A, a salute fired by rifles in rapid succession along the line of troops, B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before, or C, a person who is detained or a political prisoner.
Deja vu is B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before.
That is correct.
Have you experienced any of that this week, Zaila?
Oh yes, for sure. Just like even that moment, how relieved he was at having advanced is a feeling that I definitely.
Kendall, are you
remember.
ready?
I think so.
Deja vu.
Great. Your word is skeletonic.
Repeat.
Skeletonic.
Skeletonic. Skeltonic. Skeletonic.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some more of those immediate spellings this round because they are from the list these spellers had to study.
Candid. A candid conversation is A, confusing and jumbled, B, heated and hostile, or C, sincere and honest.
A candid conversation is C, sincere and honest.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi. Mäßig.
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 Can I have the language of origin, please?
Mäßig is from German.
May I have a definition, please?
Mäßig means moderate in tempo, used as a direction in music. Mäßig.
Mäßig.
Not easy to say, especially that last consonant
Mäßig.
sound at the end.
Mäßig.
Mäßig.
M-A-I-S-I-C-H. Mäßig.
I'm sorry. Mäßig is spelled M-A-S-S-I-G.
Thank you.
Great try. This word is from Hawaiian. O'opahui means any of numerous chiefly tropical marine fishes which can distend themselves to a globular form and float belly upward on the surface, and most species of which are highly poisonous. Hero wanted an o'opahui for his saltwater fish tank. O'opahui.
O'opahui. O-O-P-U-H-U-E. O'opahui.
That is correct. Modular. Something modular is A, wholly or almost wholly spherical, B, transitioning in a chord progression from one key to another, or C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units. Modular.
Modular is C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Zaila, did you ever get a word that you had pronounced differently than you heard it when you got to the mic?
Well, I had gotten words before that my dad pronounced differently before when I got to the mic, for sure.
So this word has a homonym. Your word is MOOC. This MOOC is a noun, and it means an online academic course of study that is freely available to internet users. MOOC.
MOOC, can you please give me the language of origin?
This word is from an English phrase, MOOC.
MOOC, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just MOOC.
MOOC. M-O-O-C, MOOC.
That is correct.
A 21st century word, if ever I saw one.
Organelle. An organelle is A, a wind instrument, B, a specialized part of a cell, or C, a small, graceful antelope.
An organelle is B, a specialized part of a cell.
That is correct. Hi, Vital.
Hello.
Awatli.
May I have the definition?
Awatli means water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli.
Can I have all the information?
Awatli is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. It passed from Nahuatl to Mexican Spanish, meaning water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli is sometimes nicknamed the caviar of Mexico due to its difficult acquisition and resulting high price. Awatli.
Awatli, A-H-U-A-T-L-E, Awatli.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is combustible. If something is described as combustible, it is A, able to catch fire and burn, B, capable of being asserted, or C, suitable or safe to be eaten. Combustible.
A, able to catch fire and burn.
That is correct.
So Vital Krishnamurthy from Portland, Oregon will advance to round 3. Now we're into our Pennsylvania spellers, starting with Disha Jain.
Tornado. Tornado.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just tornado.
May I have the language of origin?
Tornado is from a word that went from Greek to Latin to French, plus a Latin-derived French word, tornado.
May I have the definition?
A small fillet of beef, usually cut from the tip of the tenderloin and encircled by a strip of suet, salt pork, or bacon for quick cooking. Tornado. Can you say the word for us?
Tornado.
Tornado.
Tornado. T. U. R. N. E. D. O. T. Tornado.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is Tournedos. Great job, Disha.
Thank you.
Apparently, a speller will have some acquaintance with spelling rules, being as though the way she spells it
Good
kind of
afternoon.
made sense for it being a French word.
So many ways to make that O sound at the end of a word.
Henotheism.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
May I have the definition?
Henotheism is the worship of one god without denying the existence of other gods. Henotheism.
May I have the origin?
This word was formed in German from Greek elements.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
Henotheism. Henotheism. Henotheism.
That is correct. Chortle. A chortle is A, a type of reptile that usually lives in the water. B, a task or duty that is dull, difficult, or disagreeable. C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy. Chortle.
A chortle is C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy.
That is correct. Surreptitious.
Could you give me the definition?
Surreptitious or surreptitious means done, made, or acquired by stealth. Secret. Surreptitious.
Surreptitious. SURREPTIT. IOUS. Surreptitious.
That is correct.
Did you ever get lost in where you were in the word?
Oh, yes, many times. One of the more scarier feelings for me as a speller, at least.
Your round 2 question is remonstrance. A remonstrance is A, a physical similarity to someone or something else. B, a sum of money sent to another person or place. C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
That is correct.
Maya Mathai, 6th grader, advancing. Joey Anand.
Joey, your word is microfiche.
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 Can I have the definition?
Microfiche means a sheet of film containing several rows of photographic records on a reduced scale that are enlarged for reading or viewing.
Microfiche.
Microfiche.
Microfiche. MICROFICHE. Microfiche.
That is correct.
Some of the research for this 100th year of the bee might have employed a little microfiche examination.
Elusive. Something described as elusive is A, full of light, B, difficult to capture, C, thoughtful.
Elusive is B, difficult to capture.
That is correct.
Hello.
Hi, Isaac. You ready?
Yes.
Great. Your word is stevedore.
Stevedore. May I have the definition, please?
Stevedore means one who works at or is responsible for the loading or unloading of a ship in port. Stevedore.
Stevedore. STEVEDORE. Stevedore.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Oracle. An oracle is someone with A, lots of property, B, a great singing voice, or C, highly valued wisdom. Oracle.
An oracle is someone with C, highly valued wisdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Not that there's anything saying an oracle couldn't have a great singing voice after all.
This is true.
Hi, Jaden. Hello. Epistogramma.
Epistogramma. APISTOGRAMMA. Epistogramma.
That is correct.
Very confident speller up there. No questions, no anything.
Your round 2 question is quota. What is a quota? A, a rising and overflowing of a body of water. B, the share assigned to each member of a body. Or C, a silk scarf worn by a Roman Catholic bishop.
B, the share assigned to each member of a body.
That is correct.
So 5th grader Jaden Jang from Philadelphia makes quick work of rounds 1 and 2. Next up, we have Jane Ross. She's
Hello.
from Pittsburgh.
Hi, Jane. Your word is farrago.
Farrago. May I please have the definition?
Farrago means a confused, disordered, or irrational assemblage as of words or ideas. This is a noun. Farrago.
Farrago. FARRAGO.
R-A-G-O. Farrago. That is correct. Mantra. What is a mantra? A ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism. B, a felted wool blanket often used to keep horses warm in winter. C, a mildly intoxicating beverage made of fermented orange peels.
A ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism.
That is correct.
Zaila, did you have a mantra, a focal phrase that you repeated to yourself when you're spelling?
Yes, probably don't mess this up.
Your word is effleurage.
Effleurage. May I have all of the information, please?
Effleurage or effleurage. This is a noun. This word came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements, meaning a light stroking movement used in massage. Abdominal effleurage is one of many techniques taught during pregnancy and childbirth classes. Effleurage, effleurage.
Effleurage. E-F-F-L-E-U-R-A-G-E. Effleurage.
That is correct.
Phew, what a relief.
Your round 2 question is mentor. A person described as a mentor is A, a farmer, B, a magician, C, a teacher.
C, a teacher.
That is correct.
Marina Cresswell Blickley from Pottsville, Pennsylvania. On to round 3. Now here's Anjali Agarwal.
Anjali, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is Sila. This Sila is used in the Hebrew Bible probably as an exclamation, as amen or hallelujah, or possibly as a direction to temple musicians or chorus.
Sila. S-E-L-A-H. Sila.
That is correct. Diatribe. What is a diatribe? A nomadic group of people who live off the land. B, a tube made of plastic for moving compressed gases. C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing. Diatribe.
C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing.
That is correct.
So just a 4th grader, Anjali, moving on. So we've only had 51 spellers here at the Bell so far, and we've got 137 who are going on in the competition. 4 years ago, this young lady went all the way to the finish line, and you said something a second ago. Your answers are always on point, Zaila. Did you really tell yourself, don't mess this up? Was that your inner dialogue when you're up there on stage?
Yes, shortened up pretty much. One of the things that I always was worried about as a speller was not knowing the word. I was fairly confident, especially when I was going on in 2021, that I would know whatever word was thrown at me. It was that I would mess that word up, even though I knew it. Like you asked me earlier if I'd ever gotten lost in a word.
Yeah.
I was worried that I would be, like, say, spelling apple, I'd be like A-P-P. PLE or something like that. So that was really important to me, to just make sure that I was calm enough to not just get a word wrong that I knew, because I don't know if I could have forgiven myself for that.
And that's why we see so many of them start over if they forget
Yes.
where they are. How did you keep your composure up there when those moments come where you're confused or there's a curveball or it's just not what you were planning on? What was the key to your poise on stage?
So for one of the things that helped me, like I had a specific moment when I got the word nepeta in 2021. One of the things that I did was to make sure to just ground myself first, like instead of, because the natural thing you want to do is panic. Oh my God, I don't know the word. But just because you don't immediately recognize the word doesn't mean you don't know the word or know how to put together the lessons and rules that you've learned about language to spell it. And so I'd always remind myself to just relax. That before you panic, think, can I just figure this out? And in my case, like with the word nepeta, I remembered the difference between Latin and Greek words and how they use schwa, what letters they typically use for that dreaded schwa. And that was how I was able to rescue myself.
Wasn't that a great explanation? Wow. Thanks so much for joining us, Zaila. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much for having me.
2021 champion, Zaila Avant-Garde. Stay with us. You're watching the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee.
We got big balls and I cannot lie. Those other shows can't deny. When the balls roll down on the itty bitty track and that round thing hits your back.
Fox UFL Friday lights up prime time, and two of the league's best go head-to-head in the playoff preview. As the St. Louis Battlehawks take on the DC Defenders. My goodness! Fox UFL Friday kicks off at 8 Eastern.
I failed at everything I set out to do.
Or do a little bit of chess.
volleyball or volunteering or hanging out with friends.
I have some pretty great memories from participating in the Bee. The thing I'll miss most probably is all the other kids here. Win or lose, this has been an amazing journey. Say Bee Week, best week.
Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and with us now, the one and only, the legendary Dr. Jacques Bailey, our pronouncer, head pronouncer, and for so many people who watch on TV, the first person that comes to their mind when they hear about the Bee. Is there anything that feels different for you this year so far, Doc?
Well, we've got Vanya as pronouncer, which is excellent. It's nice to have a woman up there pronouncing. Other than that, I think we're doing pretty well.
And a lot of your fellow past champions coming back for this 100th year.
Yeah, I think we have a little over 40 of them coming back for our 100th year. We had a celebration last night, a little bit of a contest. As Zaila told me, I have some wounds to lick. I missed a word. That was kind of fun.
And she got to ding you with the bell.
That's true.
She didn't look to be smiling too big. Well, he's going to sit up here with me for a while as we watch the competition continue. Again, our first ever female pronouncer, Vanya Shivashankar, will give the spellers the words, spelling word, vocab word. And let's go to our next speller, number 190, all the way from Puerto Rico, Naira Rivas.
Hi, Naira.
Hi.
Your word is houblonde.
Could I have all the information, please?
Houblonde is the only pronunciation at this entry. This word is a noun. It came from French. Houblonde means a loose belted over gown of the 14th and 15th centuries, usually with long, wide sleeves, jagged edges, a fur lining, and full-length skirt, often with slits in it. At the medieval fair, Henri's elaborate houblonde, complete with fur lining and gold embroidery, made him look like royalty from the Middle Ages. Houblonde.
Could I have the origin again?
Houblonde is from French.
Could you repeat it one more time?
Houblonde. Can you say it?
Houblonde.
Houblonde.
Houblonde. H-O-U-P-L-A-N-D. Houblonde.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is H-O-U-P-P-E-L-A-N-D-E. Great job.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, you can think about this one for a moment as we get our next speller. Maybe what's the most challenging aspect of doing what Vanya is doing right now in giving the spellers these words?
Eliana, your word is a seal. A seal is a marine flatworm that lacks a digestive cavity with definite walls and that receives food into a porous mass of endodermal tissue. A seal.
A seal. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just a seal. This word is a noun.
A seal. A-C-O-E-L. A seal.
That is correct.
Eliana, just a sixth grader here from Rhode Island.
Revelation. Another word for revelation is A, disclosure, B, rebellion, C, decay. Revelation.
Another word for revelation is a disclosure.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So how about a revelation from Dr. Bailey? What's the toughest part of that job?
I think it's just the consistency. I mean, but the kids really energize you and focus you, so it kind of is a feedback loop.
Ready, John?
Works together.
Yes.
Ah,
Great.
makes sense.
Your word is perianth.
Can I get the definition of the word, please?
Perianth is the external envelope of a flower. Floral leaves, especially when not differentiated into the calyx and corolla. Perianth.
Perianth. P-E-R-I-A-N-T-H. Perianth.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is bailiff. Where are you most likely to encounter a bailiff? A, in a courtroom, B, at a swimming pool, or C, on an airplane?
A, in a courtroom.
That is correct.
Hopefully no time soon for any of us. John Donato from South Carolina advances. Here comes Connor Norton.
Hi, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing pretty swell.
Great. You ready? All right. Your word is ice rude.
Ice rude. Can I get the language of origin?
Ice rude is, this word entry is from Latin.
Can I get the definition, please?
Ice rude means ancient money of Rome and Italy consisting of rough masses of bronze with no markings.
Wait, is this from the Latin phrase ice rude, meaning crude bronze?
Yes.
All right, ice rude.
It's not from it. It isn't.
AESRUDE. Ice rude.
That is correct.
Good for him. That's amazing. That's a neat number.
Your vocabulary question is abject. Something described as abject is A, extremely noble and virtuous, B, exists in a low state or condition, C, holds great importance or significance. Abject.
Something described as abject, B, exists in a low state or condition.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You mentioned consistency is the biggest challenge. That's what I've always marveled at, is how remarkably consistent you are. And I also noticed the empathy. Maybe we can touch on that too. Here's our next speller, Ahan.
Your word is Orinoco.
Can I have the origin and definition of this word, please?
Sure. Orinoco is a geographical entry. It's a South American geographical name. It means a river in Venezuela flowing from the Brazilian border to the Colombia border and from there into the Atlantic through a wide delta. Orinoco.
Orinoco. O-R-I-N-O-C-O. Orinoco.
That is correct. Olfactory. Something olfactory is A, concerned with uncovering the truth, B, deals with the refinement of oil, C, is connected with the sense of smell. Olfactory.
Something olfactory, C, is connected with the sense of smell.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So I said I smelled a little empathy in your demeanor up there. Is that you still remember 45 years ago what it was like to be up there?
Yeah, and it's still important just to make sure that every speller knows.
Your word
Giving them every
is
chance they can possibly.
ecchymosis. Ecchymosis is a singular noun. Ecchymosis.
May I have the language of origin?
Ecchymosis is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin.
May I have the definition?
Ecchymosis means the escape of blood into the tissues from ruptured blood vessels marked by a livid black and blue or purple spot or area. Also, the discoloration so caused. Ecchymosis.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just ecchymosis.
May I have it in a sentence?
A black eye results from ecchymosis. Can you say the word for us?
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis. E-C-H-O-M-O-S-I-S. Ecchymosis.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-C-C-H-Y-M-O-S-I-S.
Thank you.
Great job.
Next, we have Colin Schuler, also from the Palmetto State.
Hi, Colin. Hello. Your word is parti pris.
May I have all the information?
Parti pris is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. Parti pris comes from It means a preconceived opinion, bias, partiality, prejudice. Beth has such parti pris about politics that she finds it hard to calmly hear views that she disagrees with. Parti pris, singular noun, and excuse me, it comes from Latin-derived French.
Parti pris. P-A-R-T-I-P-R-E-S.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is P-A-R-T-I-P-R-I-S. Nice try.
Colin has 2 more years to come back. I'm curious what keeps Dr. Jacques Bailey coming back. After this word, maybe he'll tell us.
Hi. Minea.
May I have the language of origin?
Minea is from Greek.
I may have the definition.
It means collections of hymns for all days of the year in the Eastern Orthodox Church, arranged in calendar order. Minea.
Menea. M-E-N-A-I-A. Menea.
That is correct.
Quite a few religion-adjacent words in this year's B so far.
Your round 2 question is cavalcade. Cavalcade is A, an archway, B, a cannon, C, a procession.
A cavalcade is a sea procession.
That is correct.
Quite a cavalcade in Washington yesterday with the Memorial Day parade.
Hi, Josh. You ready to be up there?
Yep.
Yep.
Nice to be here again.
It's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Your word is unikite.
Unikite, may I have all the information?
Unikite. This is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. The first part of this word is from a North American geographical name, and the second part is from English. Unikite means an altered igneous rock that is usually opaque with green, black, pink, and white flecks, and is usually used as a gemstone. As in, Sam, an amateur rock hound, was thrilled to find a chunk of unikite in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Unikite.
Unikite. U-N-A-K-I-T-E. Unikite.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Josh was here as a 3rd grader last year.
Gastronome. What is a gastronome? A brief reflection or maxim. B, a person who loves high-quality food and drink. C, a scientist who studies plants.
Gastronome is B, a person who loves high-quality food and drink.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Bailey, what is it that draws you back to the Hive here every year?
I just love watching
Hi.
this concerted effort to
How are
strive
you
for
doing,
human
Sugong?
excellence. This is the first
I'm
time
doing
in
well. How
these
are
kids'
you?
young
I'm
lives
good,
that they
thank
really
you.
get to make their own.
So listen
effort
closely to this
for
next
excellence.
word.
The first time. Often
Your
first
word
of many.
is
Yeah,
hominin.
exactly.
Hominin or hominin. This is any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. It's a noun. Hominin or hominin.
May I have all the information?
Sure. The word is hominin or hominin. Hominin is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. As in, Dr. Givens speculated whether the fossil came from a hominin or from one of the great apes. Hominin.
Hominin. H-O-M-I-N-I-N. Hominin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've often heard you tell a speller this word may have a homonym, but usually the homonym isn't homonym.
Yeah, that's right.
Your round 2 question is pedantry. Pedantry is A, ostentatious presentation of knowledge, B, fortitude marked by heroic acts, C. Mental training used in corporations. Pedantry.
Pedantry means A. Ostentatious presentation of knowledge.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
That's great. We never get that from Dr. Bailey. Never.
Hello.
Just the opposite.
Your word is
Thanks.
osnos.
Can I have all the information, please?
Osnos has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun. It comes from Persian. Osnos means a Persian card game similar to poker and by some thought to be its progenitor. Osnos is similar to poker, but flushes all cards of the same suit and sequences are not part of the game. Osnos.
Osnos. A-S-N-A-S. Osnos.
That is correct.
World Series of Osnos coming soon to a TV near you. We had some
Plaintiff.
spellers.
What does a plaintiff do? A. Serves as a chief religious figure. B. Acts as a watchdog or guard dog. C. Begins a lawsuit of some kind.
C. Begins a lawsuit of some kind.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, I know it's never about you, but I am curious to know the most unique place you've ever
Hello,
been
Vanya.
recognized.
Hello,
for your role in
Soraya. How
the
are you?
Great.
This word.
Okay.
Your word is piatti.
Piatti. P-I-A-T-T-I. Piatti.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is diva. What is a diva? A person who doesn't work well as part of a team. B, a narrow piece of furniture designed for use as a bed. C, a water bird that catches bottom-feeding fish. Diva.
A person who doesn't work well as part of a team.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Soraya. So what about it, Dr. Bailey? Some unique places you've been spotted?
Yeah, one time in the Grand Palais in Paris, I was stalked down by a...
Your word is visceral.
Visceral. May I have the definition, please?
Visceral means of, relating to, or issued by a high executive officer of various Muslim countries. Visceral.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just visceral.
Visceral. V-I-Z-I-E-R-I-A-L. Visceral.
That is correct.
So Arnie Parat from Amarillo, Texas.
Accomplice. An accomplice is someone who A, accuses another of wrongdoing, B, counts or calculates, or C, helps another commit a crime. Accomplice.
C, helps another commit a crime.
That is correct.
So is that a Francophone B fan who spotted you in Paris or one of our American viewers?
That was an American. That was pretty funny.
Hi, Devon.
Was not expecting that.
All the places.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have the definition?
Kuiper belt is a band of small celestial bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune from which many short-period comets are believed to originate. Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have language of origin?
The first part of this phrase is from a Dutch name, and the second part is originally English.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiberbelt. Kuiper belt.
That is correct.
Now, some viewers at home might have heard his T sound more like a D. That's just how it's coming out of his
Your
mouth
round
there.
2 question is annotate. What does it mean to annotate? A, to make notes that accompany a piece of writing. B, to find out or learn with certainty. C, to impart or suffuse with color.
Annotate. A. To make notes that accompany a piece of writing.
That is correct.
That was a nice sigh of relief.
Never gets old. Here's another routine
Hi, Tarini.
returner, Tarini Nandakumar.
Your word is hennin.
Hennin. May I have the definition, please?
Hennin means a high cone-shaped headdress, usually with a thin veil suspended from the top, worn by European women in the 15th century. Hennin.
Hennin. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just hennin.
Hennin. Hennin. Hennin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Tarini's 5th time here in Washington.
Cacophonous. Something described as cacophonous is A, used to transmit signals electronically, B, sweet to an unpleasant degree, C, marked by harsh or discordant sound.
Something described as cacophonous is C, marked by a harsh or discordant sound.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. So Tarini advances. Next we have Isaac Cancio from Corpus Christi.
This word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun, and it means foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. Point d'appui, point d'appui.
Can I get the country of origin, please?
This word entry is from French.
Can I get all the information? Can I get all the information, please?
Sure. The word is point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun. It comes from French, meaning foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. In the novel, the hero quickly ascertained that there was no good location for the troops' point d'appui. Can you say the word for us?
Point d'appui. P-O-I-N-T-D-A-P-P. UI, point d'appui.
That is correct.
Unfazed. Closest thing to a buzzer beater we've seen yet in 2025.
Dawdle. What is another word for dawdle? A, loiter. B, carve. C, decorate.
Dawdle means to a loiter.
That is correct.
Dr. Bailey, that word made me wonder, have you ever encountered a word that for all your effort you just couldn't pronounce?
Oh, there's a few. Yeah.
Well, I guess I can't ask you to pronounce them.
That's true.
Avishka, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is bêche de mer or bêche de mer. So bêche de mer, bêche de mer. This word is a noun and it means any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific. Bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from French.
Can you repeat the definition?
Any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific.
Bêche de mer. Can you repeat the word?
Bêche de mer, bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. B-E-C-H-E-D-E-M-E-R. Bêche de mer.
That is correct.
And some of you may be wondering, well, what about the punctuation, hyphens, apostrophes, accent marks? Just the letters. That's all they want the spellers to say.
Prodigious. Another word for prodigious is A, zealous, B, diminutive, C, immense.
Another word for prodigious is C, immense.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some prodigious brain power in the room today. an
Hi,
understatement.
Faizan.
Hi.
Faizan was here last year.
Your
as
word
well.
is viaticum.
Could I have all the information?
Viaticum, also pronounced viaticum. This word is a noun. It comes from Latin, and it means an allowance as of transportation or supplies and money for traveling expenses. As in, Shirley has spent all but $50 of the $500 viaticum her father gave her for her spring break trip. Viaticum.
All right, could you repeat the word again?
Viaticum or viaticum.
Viaticum. V-I-A-T-I-C-U-M. Viaticum.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is imperious. A person described as imperious is A, overbearing, B, curious, or C, frolicsome.
A person described as imperious is A, overbearing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Piece of cake for Faizan Zaki. Another Texan.
Hi,
Shreyansh
Shreyansh, are you
Zandu.
ready?
Yep.
Your word is hypethral.
Hi, people. May I have all the information, please?
Can you stand a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. Hypethral or hypethral is an adjective. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin and an English element, meaning open to the sky. As in, the local high school's football team plays in a hypethral stadium. Hypethral.
Hypethral. Hypethral. Hypethral.
That is correct. Mayhem. Which of these is an example of mayhem? A, an unmarried girl or woman, especially when young. B, a fictional town. C, a felonious crime.
C, a felonious crime.
That is correct.
Another crazy question came to mind for me, Dr. Bailey. Did you ever get asked at home to repeat the word?
No, they make fun of me in various ways.
Not with that one.
Don't worry, I needed to do that for me too. Your word is scaliola.
Thanks, Paul. Good job.
Can I have all the information?
Scaliola has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun coming from Germanic-derived Italian. An imitation of ornamental marble used for floors, columns, and other ornamental interior work. As in, after the scaliola is spread on the prepared surface and hardened, it is then polished to resemble marble. Scaliola.
Scaliola. S-C-A-G-L-I-O-L-A. Scaliola.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is epoxy. Epoxy is A, a glue, B, a substitute, C, a time period.
Epoxy is a glue.
That is correct. Hi.
Hello.
This next word has a homonym. Your word is ancien régime. Ancien régime is a singular noun meaning a system or mode no longer prevailing. Ancien régime is the word.
Can I have the word in a sentence?
Jean-Michel became the head of the Homeowners Association in March and immediately began reinstating the draconian rules of the Ancien Régime.
Ancien régime.
Ancien Régime.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from French.
Ancien régime. A-N-C-I-E-N Ancien régime.
That is correct. Rejuvenate. Another word for rejuvenate is A, recoil, B, reduce, C, reinvigorate.
C, reinvigorate.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Rihasa, another young lady's been coming here for a long time, first to watch her older sister. Kind of like the young lady pronouncing right now. Watched her older sister.
Hi, Noah. Your word is itriferous.
May I have all the information?
Itriferous. There are no alternate pronunciations. This word is an adjective. It's formed from a Swedish geographical name plus a Latin-derived element. Itriferous means bearing or containing the trivalent metallic element with atomic number 39 or related elements. As in, many of the lunar rocks collected during the Apollo program were itriferous.
Itriferous. Y-T-T-R-I-F-E-R-O-U-S. Itriferous.
That is correct.
Another example of how interdisciplinary the spelling bee can be. You know your periodic table? It would help a lot with that word.
Depredation. What is depredation? A, advancement to a higher rank, position, or level. B, the act of plundering or pillaging. C, turning aside or swerving. Depredation.
B, the act of plundering or pillaging.
That is correct.
So a very impressive fourth grader, 10-year-old Noah White, advancing to round 3.
Hi, Luke.
Howdy, Vanya.
Your word is Djibouti.
Can you give me the definition, please?
Djibouti is a country of Eastern Africa on Bab el Mandab Strait, across from Yemen and on the Gulf of Aden.
Djibouti. D-J-I-B-O-U-T-I. Djibouti.
That is correct.
Luke, another returning speller here in Washington.
Your round 2 question is tungsten. Tungsten is a type of A, disease, B, clay, C, metal.
C, metal.
That is correct.
So here's where we are in the competition. 158 of these champion spellers have made it through to round 3. We now have 54 who've been eliminating. And joining us now, the bee coordinator for our regional partner of the year, the Akron Beacon Journal, Laura Kessel, and our regional volunteer of the year, Dr. Tom Wadsworth. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So, Laura, let's start with you. The bee is celebrating 100 years. And what I understand is your newspaper, the Beacon Journal, has been there since the very beginning.
Yes, we were one of the first 9 first year.
Wow.
We're pretty proud of that. Obviously, we've had 5 champions throughout the history. I'd love to have number 6 come.
Yeah. And how long have you personally been involved?
About 7 years in Akron. I also run another bee, the Canton Repository bee. We're about half an hour away from each other. So,
what would you say is maybe the biggest value of being involved in this competition that people who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand?
There's a lot of levels to that. To me, one of the main ones is I love to watch the kids and see them excel and, see the group of kids that's coming up that's going to be our leaders in the future. These kids are so smart and so confident and so sure of themselves. I was never like that in school, but it's the tradition is important. Canton's B also has been around for more than 80 years.
Wow.
And, that longevity is important because, we spend a lot of time celebrating athletes, which we should because they do amazing things. But we also have these kids who are doing some really good stuff.
You mean there are famous athletes from Akron? Anyone we would know?
Yeah, there's one for sure.
I've never seen LeBron in a spelling bee, but if he put his mind to it, I'm sure he'd be really good. We also have Dr. Tom Wadsworth, as I said, Volunteer of the Year. So how long have you been a pronouncer at that Regional B in Illinois?
43 years.
Woo. Why do you keep going back to that? What do you get out of it?
I keep going back because I'm not dead yet. I enjoy it that much. It's so much fun. The kids at that particular age, they're still kids. They're not yet into high school yet. They can become so much at that point. And you see that them at this cusp of life where they're about to shift into something new. And you see the best of the best at the spelling bees, kids who are really sharp. And just to be a part of that moment in their lives when they're about to experience a real championship in front of a large crowd, which is scary to these kids, but it's really gratifying for me to be a part of that.
Well, and in your role as the pronouncer, and we see it here in Washington, we just had Dr. Bailey up here talking about it. You're kind of a safety net in a way, a welcoming presence, someone who can help put them at ease. Is that a skill you've refined over 43 years?
Absolutely. It's the number one task I consider is helping them be at ease. Tone of voice has a lot to do with it. Calling them by their name, doing anything possible to help them avoid a meltdown, which can happen. But we have a lengthy 2-hour rehearsal with the kids on stage, under the lights, with the microphone. That really helps them get over the jitters. And plus, I do everything I can to help them feel like it's not a big deal. Do the best you can. And either way, you're a champion. We're proud of you.
Dr. Tom Wadsworth, our Volunteer of the Year, Regional Partner of the Year is the Akron Beacon Journal. And Laura, you said you organized the bee not just in Akron, but the Canton area as well. What has the spelling bee meant to the community there and the students and families who've come through that over the years?
Honestly, I think it's why we still do it. The kids get very excited. This is on steroids, this level, but the kids, they come in and, the two bees that I run are very different from each other. The Canton bee seems to be younger kids, maybe a little less capable. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but a little less, the big words are going to be a problem, The Akron bee they're coached, they're very experienced, they're older usually. So, I mean, the families are very involved, they're there for them to win, I mean, this is another thing you get out of it is a little bit of sportsmanship too,
Yeah.
Because you see it here at this bee too, especially here. It's on display, the clapping and the high-fiving each other. That was one of the first things I saw a few years ago when I came to the bee, is just everybody got a high five even when they're leaving the stage. It's such a welcoming place,
It really is unique, especially in the competitive landscape. And you mentioned being here before. But Tom, I understand for you, even though you've been volunteering for over 40 years, this is the first time you've come here to the Nationals. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
What's your impression so far? What's made an impression on you?
Oh, it's a huge thrill. We get to see how they do things downtown, and we can compare our own little bee with this bee to see where we could improve and to see where we're actually doing quite good. And I feel pretty good about the way we're doing our bee. Having one pronouncer for 43 years, we've gradually tried to improve it, make tweaks every year, and we've got it dialed in pretty good. We can still learn some things from here in Washington, though.
Yeah, are you paying more attention to the spellers or to the pronouncers?
I am very paying attention to the pronouncers. Believe me, I can't deny that. But I'm the spellers too. You can't help but feel the emotion, the tension, the nervousness that's there, and then the relief when they finally get it right, or when they finally get it wrong and they know they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's another part of it.
The emotion is captivating for all of us. So, Laura, this started 100 years ago with newspapers, and your newspaper is still sponsoring it 100 years later. So why do you think it's important for the newspaper and the community to support the spelling bee?
Well, I think that's one of the things that, we learned through this process of finding out that we've been around that long. I'm a newbie to the Akron bee, and the history of our bee I think is tied to the Knight family, of the Knight Ritter family.
Yeah.
And it started, the first year, 1925, John S. Knight gave dictionaries to every kid who competed in their regional bee before the winner went to Washington. So, he was a word guy. And, we honor that history, I think, by keeping it going. And, there's never been a consideration to drop it, ever.
Great example to all the other areas that do this. And Tom, you're the Volunteer of the Year, and you're representing volunteers all over the country that are part of these regional bees. Really the backbone of the operations, volunteer participation. Why would you say, for people out there saying, hey, you know what, maybe I should get involved here? What do you think is the biggest reason for the community to get involved volunteering for these regional competitions?
Sporting activities are widely supported, and communities gather around the sporting activities. But when you present the idea that why don't we also support an academic competition? Isn't that what schools are about anyway? And that's a major factor that drives people to support spelling bees. It is, we say in our area, it is the largest academic competition of its kind in our entire area throughout the year. And it's a good reason to get involved and to volunteer.
Laura, any final thoughts you wanted to share that I didn't ask you about?
Keep going. We're going to keep going.
The Akron Beacon Journal is a sterling example of that. Yeah. Congratulations to you both for those outstanding awards, and enjoy the rest of the 100th bee.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Dr. Tom Wadsworth, Laura Kessel. We've got more to go here at the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Don't go anywhere. We've got to finish the preliminaries and see who else makes it on to round 3.
It's the return of America's favorite ball game. We got big house and I cannot lie. Those other shows came midnight. Which of these words are adverbs?
Do you guys know what I know?
What?
Nothing.
The Quiz with Balls season premiere Monday on Fox.
Alex Below looks to continue his historic
are a family. To be in the Speller Hall of Fame is truly an honor. I am just so lucky to be part of this amazing organization. I would love to keep coming back to the B as long as they'll have me. This year, I will be the co-host, and for the first year ever, I will be the first female pronouncer, which is a true honor, and I'm so excited to take my place pronouncing for the first time. This is the 100th anniversary of the Scripps National Spelling Bee, and for the last 100 years, this spelling bee has been inspiring young children and minds all across the country, and I love to see what the next 100 years has in store for us.
We're live from our nation's capital once again, bringing you the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and she's everywhere. Joining us now at the desk, 2015 co-champion Vanya Shivashankar and her dad Merle, one of our word panelists, and a guy who once sported a T-shirt that said "The Bee Father" as the dad of not one but two Bee champions. Glad to have you both up here. And Vanya, we just heard you're the first ever female pronouncer, and you just did it. You broke the ice. What was it like being in that role? You've done everything else here, but never that before.
You're right. I've never done that before, but it was so amazing. It was so different to be on the other side of the stage, but I had such a great time and such a great team to help me and support me along the way.
Merle, you've heard a lot of pronouncers here over the years. How'd she do?
She did well. She made me proud. Right. Prouder than I felt when she won the championship.
Wow, that's saying a lot. And I mentioned that shirt, "The Bee Father." You don't still have that, do you?
Right here.
Uh-oh.
He carries it with him everywhere. No, I'm kidding.
It goes with me everywhere.
Well, the first set of siblings to do it. Maybe we'll have another set this year. You guys ready to watch some spelling?
Yes.
All right, let's get back to it. Onto the stage. We have 30 spellers yet to go to the microphone as they get their spelling word and their vocab word 2 rounds at once. Who's pronouncing now? Oh, it's Dr. Kevin Mock. Here we go.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi, Dr. Sietsma.
And I'm Dr. Mock. I'm going to be
Okay.
pronouncing for you today.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Mark.
Great to meet you. Are you ready for your round one word?
Probably.
I think if you take a deep breath, you're going to be in the right headspace. Ready?
Zachary's only 8 years old, a second
Your
grader.
word is Gruyere.
Gruyere. Can I have the origin?
Gruyere is from a Swiss geographical name.
Gruyere. Can I have the definition?
It's a pressed whole milk cheese of a pale yellow color and nutty flavor, and usually with small holes.
Gruyere.
Gruyere.
Can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Gruyere. Can I have a sentence?
Kelly loves macaroni and cheese made with Gruyere.
Gruyere. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There are a couple. I have Gruyere, also Gruyere, Gruyere.
Gruyere. Gruyere. Gruyere.
That is correct.
So in the process.
Maybe that'll be on the menu when he has dinner with Dr. Bailey. He said that's the celebrity he would most want to meet, and he wants to discuss
Zachary,
words with
your
him over
round
dinner.
2 vocabulary word is propulsion. What does propulsion refer to? A, the action of advocating. B, the action of driving.
Dinner with Dr. Bailey. He said that's the celebrity he would most want to meet, and he wants to discuss
Zachary,
words with
your
him over
round
dinner.
2 vocabulary word is propulsion. What does propulsion refer to? A, the action of advocating. B, the action of driving forward. C, a sudden, strong negative reaction.
B, the action of driving forward.
Correct.
You'll be moving forward to the next round.
We sure will. Good propulsion. And just a second grader. What was the first year you made it?
Hey,
to
Alejandra.
Washington?
I was in 3rd grade.
Oh, it's got to be.
Brouhaha.
May you give me the definition, please?
Brouhaha means publicity, attention, or excitement far beyond the merits or importance of its cause. Brouhaha, also brouhaha, brouhaha.
May you give me the language origin?
It's from French, which possibly formed it from a Hebrew word.
Brouhaha. B-R-O-U-H-A-H-A. Brouhaha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the body language, Alejandro.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is enervate. To enervate someone is A, to fill them with energy, B, to make them weak or feeble, C, to frighten or intimidate them.
To enervate someone is to B, make them weak or feeble.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Merle, what you can think about as we get ready for this next speller, I'm sure you're often asked for B father advice. So maybe you give us your number 1 after this.
Ready?
Yep.
Oaxaca.
Can you please repeat the word?
Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, Oaxaca.
That is correct.
Great with a point.
Okay, Michael, your round 2 vocabulary word is addendum. An addendum is A, a folder containing writing paper and envelopes, B, a supplementary item added to a book, C, an item to be discussed during a meeting.
B, a supplementary item added to a book.
That is correct.
So Michael moves on. What do you think, Merle?
I'm just amazed by the young spellers when they're methodical, one after the other, asking questions.
Hi, Caleb.
Hi.
Boise, also Boise. This is the city and capital of Idaho.
May I have the language of origin?
It's from a U.S. geographical name.
Boise. B-O-I-S-E. Boise.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I've been to Boise enough to know its inhabitants prefer that
You want
first
that vocabulary
pronunciation
word?
with the hard S to the soft one.
Okay, your word is ruminate. What does it mean to ruminate? A, to carefully think about something. B, to make a low, heavy rolling sound. C, to play a game of cards with others.
A, to carefully think about something?
Correct.
Thank you.
Merle, did you have to coach and encourage your 2 daughters differently when they pursued this prize?
Hi, Shreya.
At that
Hi.
time, yes.
Maybe you can elaborate in a
Appaloosa.
minute. Let's see.
Appaloosa. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Appaloosa, also Appaloosa. This is a noun, and it means one of a breed of rugged saddle horses developed in Western North America from stock of Spanish origin and distinguished by a mottled skin and patch of white hair over the hindquarters that is blotched or dotted with a darker color. Appaloosa is probably from an American Indian name. In vain, Kiri begged her father to buy her an Appaloosa.
Appaloosa. A-P-P-A-L-O-O-S-A. Appaloosa.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is montage. What is a montage? A series of high land masses that form a ridge. B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time. C, an optical illusion of water that is observed over deserts.
A montage is B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Shreya.
It's not about the spelling. I needed them to understand the etymological patterns or the roots.
Good afternoon,
Understand
Chris.
deeper into it. There are clues about words always.
Embouchure.
Can I have all the information, please?
Embouchure. Embouchure. This is a noun. It means the position and use of the lips in producing a musical tone on a wind instrument. Embouchure came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements.
That's the hint.
Kirsten's clarinet playing greatly improved after she perfected her embouchure.
Embouchure.
Can you say it again for us?
Embouchure.
Embouchure.
Embouchure. E-M-B-O-U-C-H-U-R-E. Embouchure.
That is correct.
So spellers from West Texas have been impressive so far. Now is vocab.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is squeamish. Someone described as squeamish, A, is easily nauseated, B, has a high-pitched voice, C is short and stout in stature.
Someone described as squeamish is A, easily nauseated.
That is correct.
The time pressure of the vocab round can make you a little squeamish. This is Jara Abarquez
Hi,
from
Jara.
San Angelo.
Hi. So listen closely. Your word is Beaux-Arts. Beaux-Arts is a plural noun, and it means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. Beaux-Arts.
May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Beaux-Arts is a plural noun. It's from French. It means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. After he had received his inheritance, Filbert quit his job at the firm and dedicated himself entirely to the Beaux-Arts.
May I have the origin, please?
This word entry is from French. Can you say it for us?
Beaux-Arts.
Gotta be careful with the.
Could I have the definition one more time?
Beaux-Arts is arts such as painting, sculpture, or music concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things.
Beaux-Arts. B-O-Z-A-R. Beaux-Arts.
Beaux-Arts is spelled B-E-A-U-X-A-R-T-S. Great try.
Just what we were saying before about French patterns. They're tricky though, don't you think?
The compound words are a little difficult.
Hi, Siona.
Good afternoon.
Amuse-gueule.
Amuse-gueule. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. I have a few pronunciations. Amuse-gueule, 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 amuse-gueule. This word is from French. It's a noun, and it means a small complimentary appetizer offered at some restaurants. The server brought a small ramekin of asparagus soup as an amuse-gueule for each person at the table.
Amuse-gueule. A-M-U-S-E-G-U-E-U-L-E. Amuse-gueule.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've seen a lot of compound words, hyphenated words. These are all on that Word of Champions list that they've had access to.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is succumb. What does it mean to succumb? A, to hold in contempt. B, to yield to a force or appeal. C, to drain a body of water.
Succumb means to yield to a force or appeal.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, on this word, there were 2 roots we would have gotten into from Latin.
Good afternoon, Chev.
Good afternoon.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Your word is railleur.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, railleur.
May you please define the word?
Railleur means one given to good-natured ridicule.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Railleur. R-A-I-L-L-E-U-R. Railleur. Correct.
A lot of French in this round, it looks like.
Oui, oui.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, shenanigans. What is another word for shenanigans? A, pranks. B, slogans. C, harmonies.
Another word for shenanigans is A, pranks. That is correct.
In that instance, Chev's spelling word and vocab word kind of went together.
She missed seeing that excitement on us when we were spellers.
Excitement,
there,
and
Arv.
also the heartbeat is higher.
So listen closely to this word because it could be confused with another. Your word is cairn. Cairn is a noun and it means a rounded or pyramidal heap of stones made as a monument or memorial or as a landmark or trail marker for explorers, surveyors, or hikers. Cairn.
Cairn. C-A-I-R-N. Cairn.
Correct.
For round 2, your vocabulary word is menacious. Something described as menacious is A, of a threatening character, B, related to ants and their colonies, C, the color of red lead.
A, of a threatening character.
That is correct.
No messing around. No
And Merle, I introduced you as a word panelist. I don't know how much you're allowed to tell us. Maybe you can let us into that world a little bit after this speller, Evan.
Daguerreotype.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Sure can. Daguerreotype, also daguerreotype, daguerreotype. This is a noun and it means a photograph produced on a silver plate from which a latent image is developed after exposure in the camera. Daguerreotype is from a French name plus a part that went from Greek to French. As in, the daguerreotype was a popularly used invention in the 1800s, but its use declined in the latter half of the century. Daguerreotype, daguerreotype, daguerreotype.
Daguerreotype. D-A-G-U-E-R-R-E-O-T-Y-P-E. Daguerreotype. That's correct.
Evan came all the way from the Virgin Islands to compete here. Wasn't going to miss that one.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, bleary. Which of the following would most likely be described as bleary? A, eyes or vision, C, temperature, B, temperature, C, fruits or vegetables.
A, eyes or vision. That's correct.
The word panel meets 2 or 3 times a year. It's a very rigorous process.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. So listen closely because this word could also be confused with another word. Your word is crew. This is a noun that means a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Crew is a noun. It's from another English word taken from Latin-derived French. A crew is a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. The members of the Bazin Street crew decorated a huge castle-shaped float for the parade. Crew.
Crew. C-R-E-W-E. Crew.
Oh.
Crew is spelled K-R-E-W-E. Great try.
Thank you.
Homonyms are always so tricky. We used to have some lists of homonyms that we would study, right, Dad?
We studied the
Ashley.
homonyms
Hello.
separately.
Raj Pramukh.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure can. Raj Pramukh is a noun. It means the constitutional head of a state of India formed from several former princely states who is elected by a council of rulers. Raj Pramukh went from Sanskrit to Hindi. In a sentence, the administrative title of Raj Pramukh existed in India from 1947 until 1956, when new states were created alongside ethnic and linguistic lines. Raj Pramukh.
Oh, can I have the language of origin?
It went from Sanskrit to Hindi.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh. R-A-J-P-R-A-M-O-O-K. Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh is spelled R-A-J-P-R-A-M-U-K-H.
Thank
These
you.
words from Indian and Persian origins bring a certain pattern with them, but they usually are followed by an H.
Hi, Roshan.
Hello.
You ready? Quonset.
May I have the definition?
Quonset is a trademark, and it's used for a prefabricated shelter set on a foundation of bolted steel trusses and built of a semicircular arching roof of corrugated metal insulated inside with wood fiber. Quonset.
Quonset. Quonset. Quonset.
That's correct.
You know, I never liked trademark words. There were never any hints for me in the language of origin, but Roshan's got it.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, forfeit. If you forfeit something, you A, carve or mold it into an appropriate shape, B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime, C, predict it will happen at some point in the future.
B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime.
That's correct.
So, Merle, you said that word panel meets a few times a year. How spirited is the discussion over what words belong and what don't?
Spirited. Every word and word information is scrutinized so thoroughly before it makes the list for
Swain-sona?
the finals.
Swain-sona.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Absolutely. Swain-sona is a noun. It means any plant of a genus of Australian herbs and subshrubs having odd pinnate leaves and racemes of small various colored flowers with orbicular, standard, and twisted wings. Swain-sona is formed in Latin from an English name. Norman wanted to plant a Swain-sona at the edge of his field, but first he needed to confirm it was not a variety that was poisonous to sheep. Swain-sona.
Swain-sona. Swain-sona. Swain-sona.
Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, stampede. A stampede is A, a sudden rush of frightened animals, B, a blockage of forward progress, C, a tool for pressing a design on hot wax.
A stampede is A, a sudden rush of frightened animals.
That's correct.
There was no holding that grin back for Phoenix.
Maybe after this question, you can tell us about your favorite words to learn, Greek,
Hi, Layla.
Latin, whatnot.
Risposta.
Risposta. Can I please get the definition?
Risposta in music means a restatement of a fugue's subject by a different voice, usually at the interval of a fifth above or a fourth below, immediately following the initial statement. Risposta.
Can I please get the, the origin?
It's from a Latin word that passed into Italian.
Risposta. Risposta. Risposta.
That's correct.
Sigh of relief.
Everyone else exhaled in unison.
For vocabulary, your word is kudos. Why would you give kudos? A, as interest on the principal balance of a loan. B, as praise for an achievement. C, as treatment for a disease.
You would give kudos B as praise for an achievement.
That's correct.
Something that Vanya Shivashankar has received plenty of over the years. It was fun having your dad, Merle, here with us too. Vanya, I was asking him questions, and you just asked him something before that last speller. What'd you ask him again?
Yeah, I want to hear from his years of coaching experience and now on the word panel. What are your favorite types of words to learn? Root words, genuses?
I like to learn words that have good roots. It's important because I think for Vanya and Kavya, both of them, it's become useful in their medical life, right? So a lot of words are made up of Greek roots. So that's been really, really helpful for them.
Well, I love the time, Merle, and thanks for taking us behind the curtain a little bit, and thanks for staying involved with the Bee. We're getting close to the end of preliminary rounds 1 and 2. Vanya, thank you. Great job as pronouncer again, making some history. I think we'll see more of you.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think so. The Scripps National Spelling Bee comes right back at you. Almost done with the preliminaries, so don't leave this yet. Welcome back to our last televised segment of the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. And welcome to Molly Becker, editorial director for the Bee. Molly, so far this year, this whole day has been amazing, but the whole Bee so far, 100th year, pretty awesome. Even that champion showdown last night that you had a pretty big role in. How fun was that?
Oh my gosh, so much fun, Paul, to watch those 8 champions get up and relive their glory days.
Yeah, and make these current spellers imagine what theirs might look like someday. Let's get back to the stage. We're almost done with this round 1 spelling word, round 2 vocabulary pattern. Just a few spellers left. So let's continue. Dr. Kevin Mock pronouncing. And our next speller is Nicholas Coburn.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hello.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Salmagundi.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Salmagundi is a noun. It means a salad plate consisting of chopped or sliced meats, anchovies, hard-cooked eggs, pickled vegetables, olives, radishes, endive, and watercress that are arranged in rows for color and flavor contrast and dressed with salad dressing. Salmagundi is from French. The Salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Can you use the word in a sentence again?
Sure. The Salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Salmagundi. S-A-L-M-A-G-U-N-D-I. Salmagundi.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, celestial. Something described as celestial is A, related to the sky, B, crunchy or fibrous, C, marked by pomp or formality.
A, related to the sky.
Correct.
So Nicholas cruises on through.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
Dr. Mock.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
As in, you mock me if you call me Dr. Mark and not Dr. Mock.
Okay, Dr. Mark.
Oh, you got it. There we go.
Keep
How you
them
doing,
loose.
Vicky?
Good.
It's the hard one, so I don't blame anyone. Ready for your round 1 word?
Yeah.
Okay. Patois, also patois.
Patois. Can I have all the information?
Sure. Patois, patois. This is a noun and it means a dialect other than the standard or literary dialect. This word came to English from French, which took it from an imitative Latin word. As in, during the 11th to 14th centuries, Parisians considered the French spoken in the English court to be a patois. Patois.
Patois. P-A-T-O-I-S. Patois.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, flourish. What does it mean to flourish? A, to thrive, B, to agitate, C, to dash off.
To flourish means to thrive.
Correct.
Thank you.
This competition allows intellectual curiosity to flourish. And Molly, that's not just for the spellers.
Hi, Vincent.
Are you like me where you keep learning things the more you're around this?
Oh, every single day, Paul. Every single day. I'm
Paunch and
exposed to
llama.
brand new words.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Paunch and llama.
Paunch and llama. P-A-N-C-H-E-N-L-A-M-A. Paunch and llama. Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, minutia. What does minutia refer to? A unit of time containing 60 seconds. B, a small or precise detail. C, an established law.
B, a small or precise detail.
Correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Monk.
Hi, Nikita.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I love the spelling bee.
Me too.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Take a deep breath if you feel like you're not.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Meringuin.
Meringuin. Could I please have all the information?
Meringuin is a noun. It came from French, which took it from Tupi, an indigenous language of the Amazonian South America. Meringuin is a small two-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams, a black fly. The itching and swelling from the bite of a meringuin can persist for days or even weeks.
Meringuin. Does this word have any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, meringuin.
Could you say the word again?
Meringuin.
Could I please have the definition one more time?
A small two-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams, a black fly.
Meringuin. Can you say the word one more time?
Meringuin.
Meringuin. Meringuin. M-A-R-I-N-G-O-U-I-N. Meringuin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And like that, we all learned the name of an insect we never want to encounter, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yikes. For your round 2 vocabulary word, curtail. To curtail is A, to wag back and forth, B, to respond in a rude way, C, to shorten in duration or scope.
Curtail. To curtail is C, to shorten in duration or scope.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Wag back and forth was a pretty creative interpretation, but just not correct. Nargiza is next.
Hi, Nargiza.
She's from Centerville, Virginia.
Kind of.
I think you are. Rosiella.
Rosiella, may I please have all the information?
Also, roseola. This is a noun. It means a mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Roseola is from Latin, which probably took it from Greek. The baby's appetite came back quickly after her roseola improved and her rash disappeared.
Rosiella, could you please repeat the language of origin?
It's from Latin, which probably took it from Greek.
And could you please repeat the definition?
A mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Roseola, roseola.
Thank you. Rosiella. Rosiella. R-O-S-E-O-L-A. Rosiella.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, austere. Which of these would most likely be described as austere? A, an empty white room, B, a sequin dance costume, C, a prediction of good luck. Lunuli.
Lunuli. May I have all the information, please?
Lunuli, lunuli. This is a plural noun. It means the whitish marks at the base of fingernails. It's from Latin. Jenny likes to put her thumbs together and compare the lunuli on her thumbnails. Lunuli, lunuli.
Lunuli. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Lunuli, lunuli.
Lunuli. L-U-N-U-L-I.
L-A-E. Unili.
Correct.
Thank you.
Molly, did you know there was a word for that?
I absolutely did not, but now we both know.
And 2 ways to say it.
Your round 2 vocabulary word, ghastly. What is another word for ghastly? A, jovial, B, terrible, C, spiritual.
Another word for ghastly is B, terrible.
Correct.
Thank you.
Suhani advancing to round 3. Next, we have Rory Grant from Radford, sponsored by Radford University.
Langrage. Langrage is a noun and it means shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. Langrage.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Langrage.
Can I have all the information, please?
Langrage is a noun. It's of unknown origin. Langrage is shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. It was reported that Blackbeard sometimes armed his guns with langrage.
Langrage. L-A-N-G-R-A-G-E. Langrage.
Correct.
Quite ironic that language has no language of origin.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is cohesive. If something is described as cohesive, it A, has an irregular surface, B, fits together naturally and consistently, C, restrains or restricts movement.
Something described as cohesive, it B, fits together naturally and consistently.
That is correct.
Hi, Harper.
Hello.
Caracas.
Caracas. May I please have the definition?
Caracas is a city near the Caribbean coast of Venezuela.
Caracas. C-A-R-A-C-A-S. Caracas.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is iris. Which of the following would be called an iris? A wading bird with a curved beak. B, a tool for measuring gravitational forces. C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
An iris could be called a wading bird with a curved beak.
Iris is C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
Thank you.
Great try.
Ibis was the red herring there. It's tricky. Not a lot of time.
Hi, Declan.
There's Declan.
Hi.
Twal.
Twal. May I have all the information, please?
Twal is a noun, and it means an upholstery and drapery fabric, usually made of cotton or linen, and printed with characteristic designs, as of landscape or florals, in one color on a cream or white background. Twal came from French, which formed it from a Latin word. When their new couch arrived, Martin and Louisa were irked to find that it was upholstered in a flowery twal instead of plain blue denim.
Twal. T-O-I-L-E. Twal.
Correct.
That's one I always mispronounce.
For your round 2
Sure you're not
vocabulary
alone.
word, indict. What does it mean to indict someone? A, to admit them to membership. B, to put down in writing. C, to charge them with a crime.
C. To charge them with a crime.
Correct.
His classmates at Snoqualmie Middle School just finished lunch, I think, back in the state of Washington.
Hi,
In West
Charvitha.
Virginia,
Hello.
we have Charvitha Sanjaya.
Ready?
Mhm.
Pudibund.
Can I have all the information, please?
Pudibund is an adjective. It's from Latin. It means marked by excessive modesty or decorousness. Janelle expected her great aunt to be pudibund and was surprised when she arrived on a motorcycle.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Pudibund.
Pudibund. P-U-D-I-B-U-N-D. Pudibund.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, felonious. If something is described as felonious, it A, is characterized by joking, especially in a way regarded as silly. B, embodies something that misleads the eye or the mind. C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well done.
Can I please have all the word information?
Cicidium, also cecidium. This is a noun. It means a swelling or excrescence of the tissues of a plant that results usually from the attacks of insects, mites, or other parasites, and is often distinguished by characteristic shape or color. It's also called a gall. Cicidium passed from Greek to Latin. A kind of cicidium that is produced by fungus growing on wild rice plants in China is a valuable food source. Cicidium, cecidium.
Cicidium. C-E-C-I-D-I-U-M. Cicidium.
That is correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, thespian. What is a thespian? A, horseback rider. B, an author. C, an actor.
C, an actor.
Correct.
Quick work in rounds 1 and 2 for Nirav.
Good afternoon, Ethan.
Hey, Dr. Mog.
Promyshlenik.
Promyshlenik. Could I have all the information, please?
Promyshlenik is a noun. It means a Russian trapper and fur trader of Siberia and Alaska. It's from Russian. Unlike the French, who sought beaver pelts for the European markets, the Promyshlenik sought the pelts of sea otters for trade with China.
Promyshlenik. 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 Promyshlenik.
That is correct. And Ethan, you don't need to hold the microphone.
Ethan, for your round 2 vocabulary word, tantrum. Who is most likely to throw a tantrum? A, a small child when tired or angry. B, a jockey when riding in a race. C, a major league pitcher when starting.
A, a small child when tired or angry.
Correct.
C might have applied depending on the umpire's strike zone, but I think that was the more acceptable response that Ethan gave us.
Jacob.
It's Jacob Martinito.
So listen closely to this one. Makati kati pans.
A very fun word.
This
to
is a
say.
geographical entry, and it means a large basin containing salt pans in northeastern Botswana. Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans, could you please repeat the word?
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans.
What, can you say it again for us?
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans. Makati kati pans. Okay, Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pans. Yep.
Easy to get tripped up on.
Makati-Gadipans. Makati Gadipans.
That is correct.
Well handled.
It seems like it needs to be a song, doesn't it?
I think the
It sings.
Okay, Jacob, for your round 2 vocabulary word, ingenuous. Someone described as ingenuous is A, handsome, B, naive, C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is B, naive.
Thank you.
Great try.
Look forward to seeing Jacob back next year, all the way from Appleton, Wisconsin. He does have 2 more years of eligibility, and now we have our last competitor of the
Good
preliminaries.
afternoon, Dr. Mock.
Good afternoon to you
All
too.
the way from Wyoming.
You ready for
He's been
your
here
word?
before.
Yes.
Okay.
Eli Jernigan.
Mittimus.
Mittimus. Can I please have the definition?
Mittimus is a warrant committing the person specified to prison.
Mittimus. M-I-T-T. Sorry. I'm going to start over.
Okay.
Mittimus. M-I-T-T-I-M-U-S. Mittimus.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, fervently. Something done fervently is done A, at frequent or short intervals, B, in a time long ago or past, C, with a deep intensity of feeling.
If something is done fervently, it is done with C, a deep intensity of feeling.
That's correct.
Eli has been fervently pursuing this championship for a long time, and we are done with the first 2 rounds of the preliminaries. We have 183 spellers who are advancing, 59 who heard the bell. You already met Molly Becker. She's the B's editorial director. And now we have Emily Hare, editorial specialist, joining us as well. The B is going to continue off air with round 3. That's because no one wants to watch spellers on TV filling out a written test to determine who makes it to the quarterfinal. But I'm sure viewers are curious, Molly, what that's about. What can you tell us about that test?
So the test, Paul, is going to be 40 questions total, 28 spelling, and 12 vocabulary questions.
So the results of the test, now in this we saw basically sudden death. You miss a vocabulary, you're out. With that written test, maybe you can miss a couple and still make the cut, kind of like a golf tournament?
Absolutely. So we are hoping to take around 100 spellers forward into the quarterfinals. So we will be looking at the scores that get us the closest to taking 100.
Just kind of like a golf cut line. So if it's
Exactly.
98, that's where the cut is. If it's 102, it's there.
Exactly.
All right. Bingo. Hey, speaking of bingo, I saw you're holding something in there, Emily. This is really exciting for the viewers who have always said, well, how do I play at home? And you two both, I think, have had a hand in this.
Yes.
So, Emily, what can you tell us about what you're holding right there, the Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo? It's been like, what, 5 years you've been working on this?
5 years, yes.
Wow.
So 2020, our friends at Penguin Random House, specifically their game division, Clarkson Potter, reached out about collaborating on a way for spellers to play at home. And I believe your sister Corey was the first one to kick the project off. Then she went on maternity leave and Molly took it over. And then Molly went on maternity leave and I took it over when I joined in 2023. I was happy to be part of the team to take it across the finish line. So it is what it sounds like. It's bingo. We've got words handpicked by our team that people can play either normal or advanced. I believe there's different levels here. There's spelling, synonyms, part of speech. There's vocabulary questions, just like the competition. And basically there's a questioner and then there's answers, and they can play individual, they can play on teams. And we've mixed it up with lots of different ways for them to customize. We wanted replayability to be a big part of the game. So yeah.
So am I guessing that you have to have, a line across or down a diagonal to get bingo by doing one of the different spelling skills?
Yes, exactly. So you might pull out a card, have a question that is a synonym question, and you might have on your board synonym, part of speech, all those different categories. And if you get a synonym question, we have little B chips that you would place on the board
Okay.
to fill out your bingo board. And in traditional play, it is, diagonal, up and down, but we have options for, just up and down, just across. Cover all is one of the ones that they can do. So
Fills
really
your
you can
entire
just-
hive.
full spectrum. So they can make it whatever they want.
And is it in the shape of a beehive? Is that
They're
what I'm
little
seeing?
honeycombs.
Little
Yes.
honeycomb. Had to be, right?
Had to be.
So obviously it's fun and people can play, but I know it's more than that, Molly. So how does the game and some of the questions and challenges in it, how does that match the priorities of the spelling bee in a bigger picture?
Yeah, so we are hoping that this inspires future spellers, inspires families to come together and really dig into how much fun language is. This is a game you can have fun with your entire family. As Emily pointed out, we have an easy level, we have a more difficult level, so you can start really young and play with people who are Scrabble aficionados doing the crossword every day. So it's really for all language lovers, and we hope it sparks some interest.
Have you all focus grouped it with any of these spellers up here yet?
I've seen them playing it out in the Hall of Champions. All spellers received a copy of it here this week.
I'm sure it's intense too. So get it at Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, at Walmart, bookshop.org, and booksamillion.com. And of course, we're going to have to find out tomorrow who's making it through to the quarterfinals. You said about 100. Anything else about bingo that maybe the traditional bingo player would be surprised by when they get their first crack at spelling bee bingo?
Well, I was thinking specifically after watching the Champion Showdown last night and seeing You've Been Stung, we do have an option where once per game, spellers can spell backwards for an extra token they can place wherever they want on the board. So we have some fun twists and turns just like that in our game as well.
How are you two at spelling backwards?
When I saw last night that Shrithika had been topped by Sockets to spell backwards, I would be out at that point. I would be out.
Absolutely.
No way.
We're lucky enough to have the dictionary at our disposal when we are putting together the content. Molly and I are not spellers necessarily, but
no.
Well, I can't wait to play. Thank you, ladies, very much. Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo. Okay, so our preliminaries are done. We'll find out tomorrow who's in the quarterfinals. Don't miss that. Thanks so much for watching the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Something described as anserine, B, resembles a goose.
That is correct.
You saw that smile there. I think she recognized the root for goose there. We have Katie Park coming up next to the mic. Katie is also near Chicago.
Hello.
Good morning.
Mondegreen.
Mondegreen. May I have the definition, please?
A mondegreen is a word or phrase that results from a mishearing of something said or sung.
May I have the language of origin?
Mondegreen is from an English phrase.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, mondegreen.
Mondegreen.
Can we hear that again?
Mondegreen.
Mondegreen.
Mondegreen. Mondegreen. Mondegreen.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vanya, I actually got this word back in 2019 myself.
No way familiar.
Primeval. Something described as primeval relates to A, the smallest particles of matter, B, the earliest ages of the world, C, formality and precision in manner.
B, the earliest ages of the world.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Pretty quick there.
Exactly. Next up, Alana Meskioglu.
Hi, Alana. Macchiato.
Macchiato. Can I have the language of origin?
Italian.
Can I have the definition?
It's espresso topped with a thin layer of foamed milk. Macchiato.
Macchiato. M-A.
Addition. C, to perform music for or in honor of someone.
C, to perform music for or in honor of someone.
That is correct.
Maybe your fans back home in Plainfield, Illinois will give Alana a nice serenade. Next up is Bridget Reed.
Hi, Bridget.
Morning, Dr. Bailey.
Ogival.
May I have all the information, please?
Yes, ogival is an adjective. It was formed in French from probably Latin-derived elements. Ogival means of, relating to, or having the form of the curve determining the shape of the head of modern pointed projectiles. Bullet-shaped. Model rockets usually have ogival nose cones for optimum aerodynamics. Ogival.
Ogival. O-G-I-V-A-L. Ogival.
That is correct.
These Illinois scholars have really been getting through all their words. Please.
Amazing.
Encomium. What is an encomium? A thin layer of cells that lines a body cavity. B, a formal expression of warm or high praise. C, a circular formation to surround an enemy.
An encomium is a thin layer of cells that lines a body cavity.
I'm sorry, an encomium is B, a formal expression of warm or high praise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tough one. It looks like something biology related, but it's not. But I'm sure Bridget has another year of algebra study. Hope to see her next year.
Absolutely.
Howdy.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey.
Good morning. Logothete or logothete?
Can I have the definition, please?
One of the various functionaries as an administrator under the Byzantine emperors.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Can you please repeat the word?
Logothete or logothete?
Can I have the definition again?
One of various functionaries as an administrator under the Byzantine emperors.
Logothete. Can you repeat it again?
Logothete. Logothete.
Logothete. Logothete. Logothete.
That is correct.
Some good Greek roots in there, right, Saka?
Yeah.
Compelling. Something described as compelling, A, demands and holds one's attention. B, tends to oppose mainstream opinion. C, relates to the climbing of mountains.
Something described as compelling. A, demands and holds one's attention.
That is correct.
Green moves on. He's a previous 60th place finisher. Next up is Mason Coulthard from
Hi,
Illinois as
Mason.
well.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hirsute or hirsute
Hirsute. I have the definition, please.
means hairy or shaggy, rough with hair or bristles.
Hirsute. Hirsute. Hirsute.
That is correct.
I didn't ask for the alternates, but those would have been really helpful there.
Debunk. What does it mean to debunk? A, to get out of bed. B, to detect and eliminate programming errors. C, to expose exaggerated claims.
To debunk is to see, to expose exaggerated claims.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yahya Mohammed moves up to the mic.
Howdy, Yaya. Alate.
Alate. May I have the definition, please?
Having wings or winged.
From the may I have language origin, please?
Latin.
From the Latin, like alus meaning wing.
You're on the right track.
All right. Alate. A-L-A-T-E. Alate.
That is correct.
With those roots there.
Aboriginal. Something that is aboriginal, A, relates to or resembles a tree. Urias or Urias. It's a stylized representation of the sacred asp appearing on the headdress of ancient rulers, especially just over the forehead, and serving as a symbol of sovereignty.
What is the language of origin?
It's from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin.
What is the part of speech?
Noun.
Urias. E-U-R-E-A-U-S. Urias.
I'm sorry, Urias is U-R-A-E-U-S.
Thank you.
Really tough one there. Can't do anything about it if you haven't seen it before.
She might have been thinking about the Greek prefix for good. You
Yeah.
mean good.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Malaise, malaise, or let's see, we have malaise, malaise, or malaise. It's an indefinite feeling of generalized lack of health, often indicative of or accompanying the onset of an illness.
Can I please have the language of origin?
It was formed in French from two originally Latin parts, malaise.
Can I please have the definition?
Malaise or malaise is an indefinite feeling of generalized lack of health, often indicative of or accompanying the onset of an illness.
Malaise. M-A-L-A-I-S-E. Malaise.
That is correct.
Pinnacle. Where would you encounter a pinnacle? A, inside a tomb. B, at the top of a mountain. C, behind a waterfall.
You would find a pinnacle at B, at the top of a mountain.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Tyler. Socket, did you have any favorite language words that you had in the B?
I think just the Latin Greeks.
This word has a homonym. The word is seine. This seine is to fish with or catch fish with a large net that hangs vertically in the water.
Say. Can I please have the language of origin?
It's from a Germanic word that ultimately derives from Greek via Latin.
Seine. S-E-I-N-E. Seine.
That is correct.
A great job there, not getting tripped up by the fact that it wasn't the river.
Exactly.
Traverse. What does it mean to traverse? A, recite poetry aloud. B, concede defeat in a sports match. C, journey over or across.
Traverse. It means to traverse. C, journey over or across. Traverse.
That is correct.
Hey, Parker.
Hi.
Galila.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Galila has just the one pronunciation. Galila is a noun from Hebrew. Galila is the rolling up of the scroll of the law, preparatory to wrapping it in its vestments after reading from it in the synagogue. Performing the Galila in the synagogue is a special honor, often given to members who have shown great dedication to their faith and community.
Could you repeat the definition again, please?
Galila is the rolling up of the scroll of the law preparatory to wrapping it in its vestments after reading from it in the synagogue. Galila.
Galila. G A L E I L A. Galila.
I'm sorry, Galila is spelled G-E-L-I-L-A-H.
Thank you.
Hi, Visharad.
Hi.
Schnecken.
Schnecken. Can I please have all the information?
Schnecken has just the one pronunciation. Schnecken. But most people think that they taste much better. I like them both.
Could you please repeat the definition?
Schnecken are cinnamon buns made of rich yeast-leavened dough that are rolled up like jelly rolls, cut into crosswise slices, and baked cut side down.
Schnecken. S-C-H-N-E-C-K-E-N. Schnecken.
That is correct.
Richard's brother was a finalist, so I'm sure he's got some tips for him.
Domineering. If someone is described as domineering, they are A, weepy and emotional, B, easygoing and playful, C, overbearing or bossy.
If someone is described as domineering, they are C, overbearing or bossy.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, folks, here's where we are in the competition at this moment. 75 spellers have been up there, 60 have made it through, and 15 have been eliminated. Socket, thank you so much for sitting with me here today. It's been so great to hear all of your expertise. Did you have a great time?
Yeah, it's been great to be on this side, commentating with you today.
Amazing. And our reigning champion, showdown champion. So thank you so much. And we're excited to keep hearing from you, keep seeing you do all that you do in B Week this week. Any surprises that you noticed with the competition today? Did you see any new words or did you see any different languages that maybe came up a lot?
Yeah, I think there were a lot more words from like geographical terms, a lot more phrase words that I think are coming up a lot, and they're coming up a lot increasingly in the B, and I think spellers are very aware of that.
Yeah, so do you ever find when you were studying, I know you're a little more recent than I am, did you have any groups of words that you liked more than others? You know, we talked about genuses and languages. Did you like those or did you prefer Greek and Latin words?
Yeah, so I think the definitely like the genuses, there are some that follow this very standard pattern, and they're usually from the Latin and the Greek, which is really helpful. But also some of your more Romance languages come from these patterns, so it's always great to deal with those. Some of the words from languages that like we saw with Hawaiian might have these irregular patterns, so always a little tricky there.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And there's that linguistics knowledge coming in handy. I want to know your opinion on this. What do you think about technology and how that can help spellers learn and prepare for these competitions these days?
Yeah, for sure. When I was a speller, I would always use Merriam-Webster's Unabridged to make my own lists, and it's really convenient. You can just click through and sort of make your list. I'd make cheese lists, dance lists, things like that. It would be make it more fun for spellers to study, and I know that the Spelling Bee has that app this year for kids to practice these round 2 words, round 1, round 2 words, which I'm sure has really helped them. I don't think we had that when we were spellers.
I know.
Yeah.
I think things have changed a little bit. You know, it seems like all these spellers do so much on their free time. How do you think they balance it all? I mean, I know you probably had a lot of things that you were doing when you were competing as well.
No, yeah, it's definitely. I'm sure that all these spellers are really doing a lot in the school as well. So it's really a balancing act there for all of them, and I'm sure they're doing a great job with that.
And we're so impressed by all of them. We'll come back with our next group of spellers here at the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Don't go anywhere.
We got big balls and I cannot lie. Those other shows can't deny.